Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the fourth day of the Global Classroom event in Pretoria. It's my great pleasure this morning to welcome the Africa team who are part of the Global Classroom to share with us their research, as we've heard from the other regions. So we want to give this morning to the Africa team. And before we do that, I would like to invite their coordinator to give us a word, and then he can open it up to his team to go forward with their presentation. You're welcome, Mr.
Many thanks, Terry, for the opportunity. Yeah, I'm happy this morning to introduce to you the African contingent. We will be talking about the problematic of climate-induced displacement and the relevance of climate justice. Doing the trend analysis of 4 African states, I have in my wonderful team, Sanelli, Fengu, Nare, Justin, and Gerard. And I just want to do a brief introduction. I don't know, it's not moving. Yeah. Okay, let me try it.
It's not moving.
I don't need to remove this protected. Oh.
Again.
It's not. Then, if we show the, let me show the first one. This one. Oh no! Oh, yeah, it's not gonna work that way. I'm gonna make this one. We're not changing. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
I just want to, we've heard so much about the continent of Africa in terms of statistics relating to climate change. And as we have said, due to limited adaptive capacity and of course ineffective mitigation measures, Africa is one of the continents that is touched or affected, disproportionately affected by climate change. And one of the consequences of that limited adaptive capacity and the ineffective implementation is climate-induced displacement, because displacement arises from implementation of mitigation measures such as REDD Plus and your sustainable development projects implemented in a name in the guise of the sustainable development. They all constitute a way to displacement in Africa. And of course, displacement, as we have mentioned, due to climate change, raises fairness and equity issue, particularly, not only about North versus South, it's also about equity within nation. So this is why we try to use the tool of climate justice to investigate that phenomenon as far as the continent is concerned. And of course, we know that the relevance and reflection and application of climate justice in that context is so important. But when you look at the literature, existing literature related to Africa on this important subject, you discover that the consideration that they have given to the issue of climate justice is very rare, and we've said it's few and far between. So the focus of our research essentially is to explore whether international instruments on these themes that I've mentioned integrate the concept of climate justice. And if so, the question continues, we intend to examine the extent to which they further reflect and apply in the domestic and legal policy environment in states in Africa. And of course, based on that, we then make key recommendations. You'll be listening to a presentation on 4 African states, and these 4 African states are purposely chosen. They are chosen because of their commonalities in terms of experiences relating to adverse effects of climate change. And they are also chosen in the way that reflect the geographical spread of the continent. We have states from Southern Africa, one from East Africa, and another one from West Africa. And of course, we can actually say South Sudan is also part of Northern Africa. So essentially, I will just tell you the general findings that we make. They are going to come up to explain further about their findings in relation to the states that they will be talking about. So we establish, as far as general findings is concerned, the relevance of climate change as a response to the injustices and inequalities experienced by the most vulnerable communities being harmed through a problem that is not of their making. We establish that through the analysis that we make. Then we find that there are several human rights instruments that are of importance and may apply to climate displacement and climate justice in Africa. And we also find that whereas there are glimpses of hope, much remains to be achieved in terms of the compatibility of the legal environment with the principles of climate justice for internally displaced persons in the states. Of course, we also make useful contributions and recommendations. Now I'm going to be calling upon the students one after the other to make their presentation. I'm seeing from here that the presentation will start from South Africa, right? Okay. Thank you.
Just picture this. You have dinner with your family as usual, and you all go off to bed. But you wake up in the early hours of the following morning because you're drowning. You look around and you realize your home is being flooded. So you grab all that you can and you run to safety. You look back at where your house used to be and you're met with a pile of rubble. You look in the direction of your factory.
I'm sorry, in the Zoom, we cannot see if you put the full slide. So I'm sorry, you have to go back to the normal presentation. Really sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Is that fine?
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just keeping the camera.
I will start.
Okay, I'll start again. Is this fine? Okay. Yeah, so you have dinner the previous evening. And then you all go to bed. You wake up in the early hours of the next morning because you're drowning. You realize that your home is being flooded, so you grab all that you can and you run for safety. You look back at where your home used to be and you realize there's just a pile of rubble. You look in the direction of the factory where you used to work just yesterday, and it's no longer there. In the space of just a few hours, you've become homeless, unemployed, but also orphaned because your mom who cooked dinner last night was swept away in the flood. This is the story of Velapi Magwaza. In April 2022, South Africa witnessed one of the worst flooding incidents in the country's history. The death toll currently stands at 443. According to authorities, 48 people are still missing. 6,278 people have been rendered homeless. More than 40,000 people were displaced due to the floods and the resulting mudslides. 600 schools were affected. 16 schools cannot be accessed due to damaged infrastructure. 270,000 learners were affected. This all happened within the space of just 3 weeks. South Africa has experienced extreme weather conditions which have caused unusual flooding and droughts in parts of the country. This has forced the relocation of community members. There have also been significant climatic abnormalities causing unpredictable and extreme weather conditions, which result in adverse consequences, especially felt in the agricultural sector, as much of the agricultural land in the country is rain-fed. This has forced the migration of subsistence and small-scale commercial farmers all over the country. In looking at the ratification of the relevant international instruments, South Africa has ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This happened in August 1997. This convention was aimed to combat dangerous human interference with the climate system. The Kyoto Protocol was acceded to in July 2002. This commits states parties to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The Paris Agreement was ratified on the 1st of November 2016. This covers climate change mitigation, adaptation, and finance. South Africa has still to date not ratified the Kampala Convention. It's amongst just a number of African countries who've not done so. And this exempts South Africa from the legal consequences of this singular instrument that is relevant in the incorporation of climate justice principles in addressing climate-induced displacement. When we look at the implementation of these legal principles, we can see that the South African context is found lacking in many regards. For example, as part of its implementation of the UNFCCC, South Africa submitted 3 communications where it stated its commitment towards climate change mitigation. The focus of these outlined projects was mainly based on environmental and the economic aspects of climate change. It neglected the human rights implications of it all. There was also no mention at all of the displacement which results from climate change. Looking at the domestic and policy legislation framework, the South African Constitution makes no mention at all on climate change or displacement. The closest provision in this regard would be Section 24 of the Constitution, which states that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and to have this environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations. The framing of this provision portrays the protection of the environment as being a human right. Also, the reference of Section 24 to future and present generations connotes an intergenerational equity concept, which is core to climate justice. Thus, it can be said that the South African Constitution sort of, kind of embodies climate justice, but not really. These provisions have not been fleshed out by policy and strategic official instruments to deal with climate-induced displacement. When we look at domestic legislation in the country, we can see that the laws are quite vast. There's the Hazardous Substances Act, the National Water Act, the Protected Areas Act, and so on and so forth. This framework sets out the principles for sustainable development and cooperative governance between levels of government in protecting against the root causes of climate change. But tell this to Velapi Magwaza, who is homeless, unemployed, and has no family. These instruments fail to interact with international standards on climate justice and do not embody the intersectionalities of the matter. Because when we look at the South African context, it's clear that it's mainly lower income Black people who are affected by climate change. There are also no clear guidelines on how to deal with climate-induced displacement in the country. There is hope for the South African context, though, and this is found in the Climate Change Bill. This bill sets forth the following principles: a multi-generational okay, that word, approach to the climate system. Thank you. International equity in the apportionment of responsibility for climate change, the realization of justice and environmental sustainability in the economic pursuit of development goals. However, This law still lacks explicit reference to climate justice principles and climate-induced displacement. It's not clear how affected populations are to hold government and public and private entities accountable for their role in all of this. And the bill also deals with climate change from a national level and fails to adequately consider the regional and international implications of the issue. Most importantly, perhaps, this bill fails to apportion equitable responsibility for those typically responsible for the root causes of climate change, namely multinational corporations, especially in the mining and agricultural sector, who continue to engage in ill practices which exacerbate the climate crisis. So in conclusion, it can be seen that South Africa is at least in the process of enacting domestic legislation which embodies a climate justice centered approach. However, this is not enough because these lack the verbatim and the very specific mention of climate justice and all of its principles. And even more concerning is the fact that the climate crisis is worsening in South Africa. In the words of President Cyril Ramaphosa, incidents we've seen and thought, this is concerning, the incidents we've seen are what we thought only happens in countries like Mozambique and Zimbabwe. And speaking of Zimbabwe, my colleague Musatsilanare will now address us all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Musatsilanare, and I'm going to be speaking on the context of Zimbabwe with regards to the problematic of climate displacement and the relevance of the principles of climate justice. I'm excited to be part of this discussion where we are tackling a very challenging phenomenon that is not only happening in this region, but from all regions of the world. So, thank you. Okay, so Zimbabwe has not been spared from the effects of climate change, as has been seen through the recent happenings of the floods in the country. In 2019, when Cyclone Idai hit the region, Zimbabwe was also not spared, which saw about 270,000 people being affected and around 59,000 people being displaced because of these floods. Also, earlier on in this year, in January, when Storm Anna hit Southern Africa, Zimbabwe was also not spared from that. We saw about 812 households being affected and around 51 schools being destroyed. As a result of this, it has caused a situation whereby people are forced to relocate and be moved to host camps and temporary structures that are set for them. So as a result, you can see that Zimbabwe is also in this region a country that is being affected by climate-induced displacements. So when it comes to the legal framework that governs climate change and provides for the principles of climate justice, Zimbabwe has ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This was done in 1992. In 2017, the country also ratified the Paris Agreement, and in 2014, the country ratified the Kampala Convention without any reservations, which means that the country is actually held liable and is actually responsible for implementation of the principles of climate justice for internally displaced persons as set out in these legal frameworks. However, when we're looking at the level of implementation of these legal frameworks, we see that there's still a grave concern as implementation still remains low when it comes to the adaptation of national laws and policies that actually speak into internal displacements. We have seen that the situation in Zimbabwe is that these national laws and policies, they are actually silent on the provisions for climate justice for internally displaced persons. So To date, the country has submitted 3 communications in keeping with its obligations under the UNFCCC. And when these communications were submitted, the country mainly focused on environmental management principles to the exclusion of actually speaking into the implementation of climate justice for internally displaced persons. So this shows us that as much as the country has ratified this instrument, however, when it actually comes to taking into account the provisions of climate justice when it addressing internally displaced persons, the country has not yet made much progress in that regard. Also, when we are looking at the Kampala Convention, the country has ratified that particular instrument, but the instrument requires the member states to actually have enabling legislation for its implementation. It actually requires the member state to have an institution that is responsible for issues of internally displaced persons. But when it comes to Zimbabwe, that has not yet happened many years after its ratification. So it means that as much as the Kampala Convention is a treaty that binds Zimbabwe and provides for climate justice for IDPs, the country has not yet really domesticated the provisions, and he has not made any active effort to actually set up an institution that specifically deals with issues of IDPs. When it comes to the domestic legislation and policy direction, the country has 3 main laws that speak into climate change and environmental management. The Constitution of Zimbabwe of 2013, it speaks up into environmental rights, similar to the South African provisions. It speaks about that everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health, and for that particular environment to be protected for the present and future generations. However, contrary to the international principles of climate justice, the Constitution does not specifically speak into climate justice or internally displaced persons. Also, we have the Environmental Management Act, which also basically speak into issues of environmental management and does not specifically speak into issues of climate change or climate justice or internally displaced persons. Also, another important law that governs climate change or environmental management in Zimbabwe is the Forest Act. However, the act actually speaks on the management of forests, and it does not speak on climate-induced displacement or the principles of climate justice. Yet we see that forests are carbon reservoirs, and their conservation often leads to displacement of vulnerable populations. Also, when it comes to the issue of holding multinational companies to account, the EMA Act, it actually makes provision for holding persons who emit substances that cause substantial air pollution to account. This can actually be read to include holding multilateral companies and public and private entities to account. However, the Act does not explicitly make use of climate justice and climate change for internally displaced persons. So, which means that the victims of climate displaced, the victims of the IDPs, they need to read these provisions into this particular law for them to get any recourse when they are internally displaced. So, moving on to the policy framework in Zimbabwe, the main climate change policy is the Zimbabwe National Climate Policy of 2017. And one of its goals is to reduce vulnerability to climate related disasters by strengthening adaptive capacity. Still, this particular policy is silent on the protection of persons who have been internally displaced by climate change in Zimbabwe. We also have a national response strategy in Zimbabwe, which acknowledges that climate change affects different groups differently. It speaks about how climate change affects women, children, and persons with disabilities. But however, it is uncertain what the approaches and remedies should apply in cases of IDPs. And now the problem is that the legislation in Zimbabwe does not thoroughly consider the intricacies of climate change effects. Yes, it does not really provide for climate justice for IDPs. The vulnerable groups in Zimbabwe, they continue to suffer the consequences of climate change as they are being displaced, yet the laws, they are still silent on the remedies that are available to these particular kind of people when they experience climate displacement. So upon scrutiny of the application and recognition of the climate justice principles in Zimbabwe, what we can see is that at the moment, as much as the country has ratified the international and the regional legal instruments that speak into climate justice, and as much as the country is actually obligated to ensure that there is provision of climate justice for IDPs, there still hasn't been much that has been done in terms of domesticating the laws and promoting climate justice for IDPs. So mainly, as I conclude, I can say that what can be done as a way forward is actually for the country to adopt a law that is specific to climate change, that will actually make provision for climate justice for IDPs. And also, the country may actually undertake the provision of holding multinational companies to account, as we have seen that they actually, the emissions that come out of their operations, they're actually one of the major causes of climate change, whereas currently the laws are silent on that. Also, the country can undertake research as a way of actually assessing the problematic of climate change and climate justice in the country and formulating laws that are actually going to speak to that. I'll now hand over to Justine, who's speaking on South Sudan.
Okay. Thank you, Nare. My name is Justin Mpungater, and I'm a student at the University of Victoria here. Today, I will be taking you through the problematic of the problematic of climate displacement and relevance of climate justice in South Sudan. And as a way of introduction, South Sudan is one of the world's youngest and least developed countries in the world. It is located in East Africa, but geographically, it is a country that can be identified with the north of Africa. And when it comes to climate change, evidence shows that South Sudan, the major cause of climate in South Sudan is temperatures and increased temperatures and precipitation of change. And this is linked to, this is mainly linked to the gas emissions, the anthropogenic emissions, which are from the greenhouse gases. And now, when it comes to the context of South Sudan, we'll find that deforestation, illegal timber exports, and charcoal production have exacerbated the climate change and displacement in the country. Now, if you look at the statistics in 2020, you'll find that 750,000 people were affected by flooding. Out of that number, 8,500 people were displaced. That was 2020. Today, you will find that we have 2 million South Sudanese who are internally displaced. And there are causes of this displacement. One is climate change, and the other one is conflict. And you will find that half of these people are displaced because of climate change, and the other half are displaced because of conflict. And we'll find that there's a link between climate change and conflict, because of in other areas they experience drought, and this drought leads to communities fighting over grazing areas, and therefore it is attributed to climate change in one way or the other. Now, what has South Sudan done to address the issue? what are the steps that the country has taken to address the issue? First, the country has ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. They did it in 2014. Second, they have also ratified the Paris Agreement. And thirdly, they have also ratified the Kampala Convention. The country has not ratified the Kyoto Protocol. However, it is seemingly understandable that the Kyoto Protocol is this year will end to operate. And therefore, the three treaties are very crucial in addressing climate change in South Sudan, in the sense that these treaties obligate states parties to carry out measures that mitigate climate change. First, second, they also obligate state parties to help people adapt to climate change, and they also obligate state parties to enact laws that will give citizens an obligation or right to sue multilateral companies, and therefore a lot of obligations are provided by these treaties. But the question is, has South Sudan taken steps to domesticate laws? Are these laws given effect in the national level? Now, to look at that, you will find that the South Sudanese initial national communication to the United Nations Framework Convention Conference of Parties submitted in 2018 does not explicitly discuss climate justice for climate-induced displaced persons. The report only sets out South Sudanese greenhouse gas inventory and examines potential measures to abate the increase of the greenhouse emissions. It also analyzes the main findings on the likely impact of climate change for the country and how vulnerable its various economic sectors may be to such impacts before presenting possible adaptation measures. Now, this is an indication that implementation of the international and regional legal framework is in advancing climate justice for climate-induced displaced persons in South Sudan is still an area which is less prioritized. Because if you look, all these treaties are not given effect. The Paris Convention is not given effect. The Kampala Convention is not given effect. And the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is not also given effect. However, we need to know that after acceding to the Kampala Convention, South Sudan is developing a bill that seeks to domesticate its obligations, like the principles which are, of course, stipulated in the Kampala Convention. So that's a positive note. And the country, however, the country also admits in its national adaptation program action to climate change, and also in the intended national determined contribution, that it has not taken steps, but they are in the process of taking steps, which shows that the country is heading in the right direction in terms of maybe committing themselves to give effect. But the problem is they need to be guided in making sure that the right policies are the ones which are adopted and so on. Now, the low level of implementation of the international regional legal frameworks on climate justice hinders climate justice approach to internal displacement within South Sudan. Now, we also need to know that in tackling climate change, South Sudan has in place a draft policy, the South Sudan Vision 2040, where sustainable use of environment to avoid climate change is also included. And furthermore, Section 61 of the South Sudan Petroleum Act makes provision for liability for pollution damage, which provides that. Now, the issue is this, if we have a multilateral company in the country, for you to be given the license, there must be an environmental and social impact assessment. And when that is done, this is when you can be granted the license. And if you continue and go and damage the environment, you will be held liable. This is where the polluter pays principle comes in. It is a principle which is, of course, entrenched in a national legislation. Now, the other important thing to note is that if you look at South Sudan Constitution, Article 41, it provides that all the citizens have an obligation to protect the environment. The state also has that obligation to protect the environment by legislating laws to prevent climate, the damage to the environment, and also to adopt policies that will ensure that there's prevention of damage to the environment. Unfortunately, the Constitution under this article does not address issues related to climate justice, and therefore it is a challenge. Secondly, the article is provided under the principles and not included in the Bill of Rights, which bring in the question of justiciability of this article. Is it justiciable? Because like it is provided under the principles which only guide the state to adopt policies and is not provided under a chapter which deal with the Bill of Rights, and therefore it is a challenge. Now, in conclusion, you will understand that if you look at if you review all the laws in South Sudan, you will find that there are gaps in terms of protection of internally displaced persons in South Sudan when it comes to climate justice. And therefore, there's a need, or there's a call for new legislations to be adopted. There's a need for new legislations to be adopted, legislations that protect the internally displaced persons in the country. And also like the other steps we need to be taken, for example, is steps which are non-legal, for example, climate education, where you educate people on adaptation and for example, on mitigation, telling them not to cut down trees, which is how South Sudan is contributing to climate change in the world. We have like illegal timber cutting down of trees and so on and exporting them. And this is the main area South Sudan is contributing. So there's a need to educate people about climate mitigation, and there's also a need to educate people about climate adaptation, telling them what to do, where to grow crops, and crops which are resistant to climate change or something like that. So that will be very, very important to follow for the country. There's also a need for the country to ratify the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, because you'll find that the judiciary in South Sudan, most areas are not functional, like the courts in other states are not functional, and you find that litigating in the domestic level is really hard, and for the citizens to look elsewhere, it is important for a treaty like this to be ratified. The country also needs to ratify the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, because if you looked at the rights affected most by climate change, you'll find that people are losing their life. You can see that in 2020, around 40 people were dead and because of climate change, because of flooding, which was caused by climate change. You'll also find that around 80 schools were destroyed, and you find children losing their right to education because they have nowhere to study. You'll find a lot of people died because of health-related issues which are related to climate change, like malaria. It is a prevalent issue in South Sudan and is easily spread by climate change when there is flooding, of course. So it is a challenge. you find like people are losing their houses, they are moving away and they live in open areas, so they lose the right to housing. So there's really a need like for a new law in South Sudan. There's also a need to ratify relevant treaties like the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, so that these people can look elsewhere if there is no domestic law protecting them. They know where they can go and find solutions. Otherwise, I will conclude here and invite my friend, colleague at the same time, Gerald.
Thank you very much, Justin. So my name is Gerald Yakula, and I come from Liberia. This is the flag of Liberia in America. And I will be looking at climate displacement and the relevance of climate justice. So Liberia has been ranked as the 174th country in the world that is vulnerable to climate change. And this is through the Notre Dame Gain Index. We scored at the 3.8 out of 100, so that means we are very vulnerable. So this is one of the reasons why we are part of this study. Now, and if you ask the question, why are we vulnerable? And you look at, for example, our emission rate, as our professor tried to explain earlier. Liberia emits around 1.89 metric tons of carbon dioxide, and that equates to 0% of the global total. Yet we are one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. So the whole idea of climate justice goes to say that countries like Liberia that are not contributing much to climate change, they are the ones who are bearing the responsibility, the devastation and burden of climate change. And another important thing to consider is that Liberia is an important carbon sink within the region in West Africa. So 30% of our land area in Liberia is covered by forests, rainforests, and we hold 40% of the Upper Guinean rainforest in West Africa that is extending from Sierra Leone to Guinea to Togo. So the rainforest in that region, Liberia holds around 40%. So in the discourse around climate justice, in the discourse around emissions, carbon sinks offer that opportunity to absorb carbon from the atmosphere. So Liberia has what it takes. We have a lot of trees to do that. So we are very important in this discourse. With all of those trees we have not saved, we have suffered the impacts of climate change. We have had flooding, and I found the first picture very interesting. You know, most of the time when we talk about vulnerabilities, we have women and children. Well, this picture was taken in Liberia during one of the floods, and you see the man and the child. So it's very interesting to me. And we've had many incidents of flood. You see, we've had some in 2007, 2,000 persons displaced, 4,000 persons displaced in 2016, 2018, 31,000 persons. So we've had different episodes of flood, and Liberia, we are along the coastline, and so there are many low-lying areas along the coast that are very vulnerable to climate change. And what we have seen also is that there is rising sea level, and because of rising sea levels, we have coastal areas threatened, as I said. Now, this picture, the second picture, is from the capital city itself. There is a slum right next to the capital called West Point, and as you see, you're seeing the sea. This is actually the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. And you see how it has already destroyed these homes near the Atlantic Ocean, thereby causing displacement of these people. So currently, in terms of mitigation measures, you see these very huge rocks that are now piling up. There are more efforts to serve as a coastal defense. So there are efforts now to install most of these rocks so that there can not be further extension of the sea inward. Because of the rising sea level, experts project that we're going to lose 95 kilometers square of our shoreline with every 1 meter rise in sea level. So this is really threatening. In terms of the anthropogenic factors, we also play a part in terms of how these are happening. You have sand mining going on, illegal sand mining has been outlawed. So that's one good thing that we have done in Liberia to ensure that we do not continue to see sea rise level. Yes. Now, so you see, with this, illegal sand mining going on. Many of the houses in Liberia are built with cement, rocks. Yeah, in Liberia, if you build a house with, say, dead bricks or mud bricks, you are considered a poor person. So many people use sand. So now with the sand mining affects our shorelines, and it's causing a lot of problems. You see also displacement is happening, but it's not only affecting the people or homes. We have our hospitals and schools that have been threatened. Many of them have been undermined. So it goes on to say that if this continues, displacement will be felt in different aspects, including healthcare and education. Now, one of the consequences also we've found in Liberia is the fact that we have two seasons in Liberia. We have the rainy season and the dry season. Now, these have become unpredictable. When we were growing up in school, we read and studied that, well, in Liberia, we had two seasons. And the first season went from November to May, and that was the dry season. And then after that, from May to October, so we're going to have the rainy season. But now it's almost non-existent. You have the rains falling anytime, and the dry season and the sun is shining anytime, sometimes a very longer period than expected. And what this does is that it also affects agriculture, because farmers depend on these weather conditions to be able to plant, to know when to plant, when to harvest, and all of those. But because of the unpredictability of the rain and dry season, we have a situation where there is a problem in terms of people planting and reaping crops. And with the rising sea level, there's also the issue of salinization, where the soil becomes, salty, and and crops cannot grow there very well. So it's a very big issue in the country. There's also an issue of decrease in rainfall. Rainfall is not as high as it used to be before. So these are just consequences that we are seeing in Liberia as it comes to climate change. Now, in terms of temperature, there's also increasing temperature in the country. Though statistics show that from 1960 to 2006, there have been an increase by 0.8 degrees Celsius, but this shows a level of increase. And to really translate this, you see that the number of hot nights in the country have increased by 57 nights per year. So it tells you how much we sweat in the night. Cold nights have decreased by 18. So it just tells you how the place is getting very warm, and there's a need for urgent action in this area. And there's a consequence and a relationship between the warmness and the disease called malaria. The more hot, the researchers have found, the more hot the place is, the more susceptible the place is to malaria. So that, and our country is one of the most infested countries when it comes to malaria. So it's very important that these levels do not continue on the rise. So Liberia has done well in terms of embracing international instruments, including the UNFCCC. We also acceded to the Kyoto Protocol. We have ratified the Kampala Convention and also the Paris Agreement. So in terms of our international outlook, we are good. But the question is, how have we been able to domesticate these in our local context? So we submitted our second national communication to the UNFCCC, and that will contain inventory on the emissions sources and how we intend to tackle them. But it was very silent, very squarely. I don't know why states are finding it difficult to mention the issue of climate change in a report, or the issue of basically of climate justice. This concept has not taken root, and as part of our drive and our article in our paper, we are insisting on states, to make sure that they particularly mention expressly the issue of climate justice in their approach to climate change. Now, in terms of our domestic policy or our laws, the Liberian Constitution, which we have now, is a 1986 version. Of course, at the time, the issue of climate change was not so high on the agenda, so we can understand why the Constitution does not clearly provide for climate justice and all of those things. But however, there is the right to life, the right to liberty, and poverty, which of course can be ventilated and interpreted further to mean the guaranteeing of the rights of poor persons and internally displaced persons. Our constitution is silent on environmental rights and climate change, and of course, like I said, at the time, maybe it was not a very key issue. However, we have other laws which can also be used. We have the Environmental Protection Management Law that talks about protecting the environment, that talks about environmental impact assessment, all of these things, pollution, polluter pay principle, all of those principles. So those can also be used. We have a national forestry reform law. Like I said, forestry is a very important part of our biodiversity. So, but then it's also a part of our source of income. So now this law helps to regulate that. As I will say further on, in terms of cutting down of trees, deforestation, all of those things, this law helps to ensure that for example, we are part of the voluntary partnership agreement, the VPA, of course, driven by the European Union, that intends to look at the issues about how we have sustainable practices in terms of forestry and logging. Our forestry reform law also looks at how communities can participate. How can you ensure that those who are the custodians of the forest, basically, you don't just take the logs out of the place and then they don't have nothing to do. How do you get them involved? We have the community rights law of 2009 that says community have rights to forest resources. So whether for fuel, whether to cook or whether to use it for other purposes, domestically, community have rights. So these laws tend to protect the rights of people to the forest. So we also have a policy on climate change, but that policy is also silent on climate change and the link to displacement. We have a national disaster risk management policy, and this policy talks about disasters, which is good, but it doesn't specifically talk about disasters linked to climate change, but of course it talks about flooding, but not in terms of displacement and all of those things. We have a drought plan in 2019. Interestingly, the country has not experienced drought, but this is good because it's proactive. That means we are planning for the future. We also have a working group on land degradation, neutrality, that is looking at land issues. And we also have a Land Rights Act that was just passed in 2018 that looks at how communities, because of our history, all of the communities in our country, including where I come from, all of our people never owned land. It was only the government. The government came, of course, we have a history, there were settlers who came from America, and they came, and they declared the entire country, as part of their rule. So therefore, they were the government and all of the land belonged to them. So by 2018, now we had a process whereby land rights of people that are met on ground were recognized. A key point to consider, we have steps that have been taken. For example, we have some companies that are in the country that are embracing green sources of energy. So Firestone is one of the largest rubber plantations in the world, I'm told, and they have hydroelectric power. So they're not using, they don't use all of these fossil fuels. A lack, of course, is another rubber plantation. So we trade in rubber also as a country. That's one of our resources. Yes, and they use hydroelectric power. Now Liberia is also implementing RED Plus. So RED Plus is one of these mechanisms that are intended to ensure sustainability, protection of the environment. However, there have been concerns about this mechanism in terms of carbon trading, how it's going to work. There have been issues about how communities are going to be affected. Benefit sharing, for example, how do communities benefit from the resources? Access to food. Issue of bushmeat in Liberia, we eat bushmeat. So if you say we should protect the environment and do not do this, a step out of diversity, what are the other alternative sources of livelihood we are going to provide to the people? So these are very crucial issues. We also have the voluntary partnership agreement, of course, which looks at logging and a chain of custody system for our export of logs, which is good and is going on well. And however, like I said, we still need clear domestication of the Kampala Convention and these other and the climate change international framework to specifically deal with the issue of climate change justice, because this is missing. And to also hold multinationals that are always, because we have gold and iron ore mines that are always polluting our water streams. So we need them to be held accountable. Now, in terms of some of the conclusion and recommendations for the entire paper, I would say that we are recommending as a team from GC Africa that the issue of climate justice and the principle of climate justice is showing that those who are most vulnerable are taken up in terms of our planning, adaptation, mitigation in our laws. We need this to be reflected, and they are not fully reflected and recognized in the 4 countries. We need states to maintain an approach that promotes sustainable development. So whether it's in Liberia, what is how do we cut down trees and also plant new ones? How do we embed that in our processes? Those are very important. In terms of a comparative analysis, South Africa and South Sudan are a bit lagging behind in terms of enacting domestic legislation that deal with climate change specifically. We recognize that South Africa has a draft bill, but we need them to be able to do that, to have it implemented. South Africa also has still not ratified the Kampala Convention. So we need South Africa specifically to do that so that the right of internally displaced people can be guaranteed. We need states also to address the broader systemic issues of poverty, inequality. Now, why issues of flooding and all of these things affect everyone. But for example, the poor people, usually they are the ones who live in makeshift structures. So they don't have a very resilient housing. So we need states to be able to address these issues, the right to shelter, so that we're going to be able to have these people in a better environment to be able to withstand the adverse impact of climate change. Issue of emissions, we need states to really look at it and see how we can contribute to ensuring net zero emissions by 2050, and then ensure that global warming is far below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need businesses. There's a role for businesses also, and businesses should be able to adopt clean mechanisms, whether it is against South Africa now, they are adopting at least it's optional now. Say we go to buy in the mall, whether you want the plastic or not, but they can go a step further to say, well, you don't need plastic at all. I think it's happening in Rwanda also, because these are sourced and created from other things that harm the environment. And even in themselves, they cause environmental pollution. So yes, we need states to do that. Companies in their operation should be able to look at human rights due diligence. It's even do climate impact assessment. How does the activity of a company affect the climate? So all of those things need to be carried on. How does the activity of a company or business affect human rights? We need these things to happen so that there can be actions taken to address them. And of course, reports on greenhouse gas emissions, of course, we see this already happening. We need more in that direction, especially with the UNFCCC mechanism states are reporting. And that is why we need more in that direction. We also need emphasis to be placed on transition from renewable energy, from non-renewable to renewable energy. So we need more in terms of, like my colleague was saying yesterday, electric cars are expensive, or these things are expensive. But in Liberia, we see that we have companies that are now doing hydroelectric power. So how can we ensure that these big companies source their operations from hydroelectric power or other sustainable sources? But also, how do we ensure that even in our low-scale interaction with the cars we drive, there can be zero emissions? And we need the issue of awareness creation. For example, like I said, in Liberia, we eat bushmeat. We cut down trees. So if we are saying, don't use the trees to build a house, we need that awareness to be created. Why is it dangerous? And in terms of climate justice, this is one of the things that is very important. If you are saying that the countries in the global south should not cut down the trees, what should happen next? So in 2014, Norway took the lead, and they signed a partnership agreement with Liberia that lasts up to 2020, where they provided $150 million to Liberia to say, look, don't cut down your trees, keep them, and we'll help you with this. So I think these are efforts that can happen more and more to see countries coming in to say, look, if you conserve or you preserve the forest, then we'll do this so that you can be able to have other means. What is happening now in terms of the real justice element, why these monies are given to the country that are used for other purposes and they don't filter down to the main people that are near these resources that need them for survival. So it's also a thing to look at. So we need more legal and policy frameworks to address the issue of climate change. We need to promote participation whenever we are drafting these policies so that those who are victims can be able to have their voices heard. In terms of fines, so when there are pollutions and all of these things, we find people, we think as you see Africa, we should go beyond fines. There has to be more towards how do we hold companies accountable, because they can always pay the fines. So there has to be stronger mechanisms for compliance, or even preventive mechanisms. And you could suspend licenses, you could revoke all of those things from the people so that they don't work again. So these are things that will happen. Thank you very much.
the Africa team for those really elaborate discussions and explanations of what climate justice looks like in different African countries that we covered for this study. It is now my pleasure to invite the team that discussed or that reviewed the Africa team paper to give them some feedback before we can open it to the audience, and then we'll move on to the next group. Thank you.
Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, advocacy. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for your research. It was a pleasure for the Displacement team to read it, and we're looking forward for the finished version back in September, late in September. So we were left with a couple of questions. One of them was already thoroughly answered by your conclusions. Thank you so much. So we'd like to know why each of the 4 African states were elected as case studies. That is the justification besides the description. And why is the same analysis applied in all 4 cases? Aren't there any particularities or on to each country or distant intersectionalities or for further exploration? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. I'll tackle the first question. Okay. So on the first question of why we chose these 4 African countries, as our professor mentioned earlier, we wanted geographical representation of the entire continent, but then also beyond that, Liberia and South Sudan are actually ranked among some of the lowest countries, ranked lowest in the world in terms of climate change readiness and climate change mitigation. So it was very important to us that we analyze these countries. And then coming to Zim and South Africa, those are obviously in Southern Africa. Zim has experienced a number of climate-induced disasters with Cyclone Idai, as you heard earlier, but even before that, it was just a really big issue in the region, not just in Zim, but in Mozambique as well. But Zim was probably one of the most affected countries. And then South Africa, number one, we're all in South Africa. And also number 2, we wanted to analyze how these instruments are implemented across a number of different political regimes as well. So South Africa is generally more democratic than some of the other countries in the region. And so we wanted to do a comparison sort of between Zim and South Africa and see how this plays out in different democratic regimes. Also, South Africa hasn't ratified the Kampala Convention, as you heard, and we wanted to see what the implications of this were at a grassroots level, and I believe we did all of that. Yeah, just.
I think I'm going to answer the second question, but much has been said by Prof. and Zanale. Now, if the reason why we use the same analysis is because like the commonalities between the 4 countries, you find that South Africa also faces the effects of climate change, the same way South Sudan faces the climate change effects, and Liberia and Zimbabwe. In South Sudan, we have flooding, of course, caused by temperatures. And the same in South Africa. And in Zim, we have the Idai, which also hit the country. The same with the Liberia, there was flooding. So you can see that there are commonalities when it comes to the effects. And yes, you can find like the other issues that the 4 countries can learn from each another. You can find that South Africa has not ratified the Kampala Convention, but they are really responding well to the effects of climate change. On the other hand, you can find like South Sudan has ratified the Kampala Convention, but they are not effectively responding to the effects of climate change. You could see that these countries can learn from each other and address the issue of climate change. Thank you.
Anybody else addressing the question around intersectionality? I think it is.
intersectionality. Yes, but I would address that question. As you pointed out, there are some similarities within the countries. But in terms of the climate justice approach, we think there is an opportunity for different players in this drive, like I said earlier. How do we explore a multidisciplinary approach? How do we involve, say, those who are engineers? How do we involve NGOs so that we are able to look at the issues of responses, engineers to look at maybe building infrastructure that can help to mitigate the effects of climate change. Yes, and of course, we have many things in common, intersectionalities in terms of there are poor people in these countries, women are affected. So we think and we agree, of course, in our paper, we can extend more towards how climate justice, what it means for these different groups of people. Yes, but also in terms of responding to climate justice, we also think we also need to look at, say, a multidisciplinary approach and respond to climate change. So everyone has to get on board, whether you're a lawyer, whether you are a climatologist, and all of those things. There's an opportunity for everybody. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. And I'm now going to open it up to the rest of the audience. Are there questions for the Special Rapporteur, Cecilia? Anyone else who is interested in? Yes, please do come forward when she's done. Okay, and then Professor. Well, I think
there's no video anyway. Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to all. So actually, it's more of a question and comment, and I was wondering that because you were talking very appropriately about climate justice in these 4 case studies, I was wondering if you thought it might be appropriate or not to actually include loss and damages as per the UNFCCC. As you know, there's a loss and damages rule and provisions in the Paris Convention, and it would be interesting, at least for me and for many of us, if the loss and damages element can be explored at least in relation to climate change efforts in many countries, not just in your office, but this is something that is a developing discourse. Thank you.
Yes, who will go next?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the discussion. I can indeed say this discussion is prolific. Anyway, straight to the question. Finally, you have said South Africa has not ratified convention and it's a very simple question. Or like the human rights. The human right is not something that should be existing abstract for. There are mechanisms that you intend to do, or even initiative that the government should do, rather to ensure the convention is going to be. The second question is whether there are jurisprudence, what kind of jurisprudence that exists. I'm just asking this across the world. The net of the jurisprudence for the litigation aspect from the African continent in terms of justice, given the set of the that impose the various as individuals. How do you get it? Is it progressive? Is it progressive? And whether there is need of a commending the issue of environmental both by climate justice to the international. Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks for this four case studies and also for the detailed analysis in relation to climate change, mitigation, etc. I was lacking a bit has been done in relation to the displaced persons, climate use, internally displaced persons. You provided some numbers about the numbers of IDPs, but what kind of action has been taken in reality by the 4 different countries, by the governments? Again, how long were these people displaced? Could they return soon again back? Have their homes been reconstructed? Did they get assistance from the government, from civil society, from international humanitarian organizations, etc.? So I think it was more on climate change rather than on IDPs. I had the feeling all 4 country analysis. So any kind of further information from your side would be very good.
Thank you very much. My question is about Liberia's study, which is part of PROS, because most African countries have formed a unified political space within ECOWAS, the economic community of West African states, and therefore West Africa is politically less fragmented, and it reflects a relative unity in which borders are fluid, are easily implementable, are more flexible. So I want to know how Western African countries are factored or addressing both internal and cross-border displacement. I want to know if we have at sub-regional level a kind of agreement to address cross-border displacements when we know that borders are more flexible. I think the question is also valuable to all sub-regional region in which the different countries are. So I want to know if, except the Kampala Convention, do we have some sub-regional treaties or sub-regional agreement to address internal and cross-border displacement?
Thank you so much. I can say thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was very insightful, very elaborate, and the legal frameworks were properly addressed. Getting back to most of your presentations, you were talking about the fact that most of these climate issues are human-induced by bringing factors or holding those companies or investors accountable. Now, when you look into on the United Nations framework, that's what we call the United Nations framework on business and human rights. So I want to understand, because when I look into South Africa has taken that market is a soft law, so the hard law doesn't bite. It calls for countries to have to ensure that intelligence is done before investments are done and so forth, that business. Responsible business is done in a way that doesn't affect human rights. And when you look at South Africa has made a national action plan in conformity to business and human rights. I would like to understand in your response how has South Africa handled aspects of
responsible business. That is currently part of climate change. And also,
Geht aber nicht, ist ausgeschaltet. Aber bei allen ausgeschaltet. Ich nehme an.
Warte mal, geh mal unten links auf das Mikro und klick da mal einmal drauf.
Wo auf das Mikro?
Scheiße. Du redest gerade Mikro. Ja, klick da mal drauf.
Warum habe ich keinen Ton?
Klick mal bitte einmal auf das Mikro.
Habe ich.
Okay, gut.
Stumm schalten. Stumm geschaltet, jetzt ist es eingeschaltet und ich sehe trotzdem bei allen nur.
Raus aus dem Meeting, Männer, sofort. Und nicht reden. Klick rechts auf das Ding.
Ach, ich weiß, wo es ist. Moment mal, Cat. Das liegt bei mir.
Can you transfer the hosting? We have someone talking, we can't mute it because we're not hosting.
So, ich glaube, jetzt habe ich es.
Sorry. So running late. Maybe you can keep the recommendations for your
Ich habe trotzdem.
running late and this is okay.
this was a very wonderful interview.
Can you just summarize? Our time is really
I would like to know the status of each of the three countries that are the status of Africa. What is the status? What is the status of conformance to the guiding principle of business interest? Because it's very key involving those countries responsible and leading. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're really running late in terms of time. Somebody is saying they need that, like, brief 1 minute for that.
Was dann?
Okay, folgendes.
On the regional issue,
Das ist scheiße. Wir machen jetzt folgendes.
on the ECOWAS issue, yes, as you said.
Aus dem Arbeitszimmer aus, sofort aus dem Arbeitszimmer aus. Man hört sich in dem Meeting so.
Yes, on the issue of West Africa, yes, we have open borders, and in fact, there have been initiatives that have been in place to allow for smooth movement of people. So now we don't require visas to go from one place to another. There's this cross-border initiative program that is in place that looks at the involvement of different actors in the issues of migration. We also have, for example, in Liberia, we have Ivorian refugees that are there, even during our civil crisis. There were Liberian refugees that were also in Guinea and Sierra Leone and all of those places. So there's this effort towards ensuring that there's cross-border migration. In fact, even the refugees in Liberia, they even have an option to maybe stay in Liberia rather than for them out of those years.
I want to answer Prof. South Sudan has not taken actions to address, like I've said before, and there's no action taken, and the action which is taken is done by the international community. Like I remember last year, the European Commission donated like 2 million euros to help those who are affected by climate change. And coming to the question of Emmanuel about the jurisprudence and the companies, there's no single law in the country which allows citizens to hold the companies accountable. But like you can use the Petroleum Act to read the issues of climate change into it, but it is an endeavor which is extremely hard. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think we have, we are really going to close for now. And yes, we thank you for all your great presentation. I'm sorry South Africa didn't have a chance, but you give feedback to improve the paper going forward. So I think that is the most important. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. It is now time for the Global Campus Europe Research Team to come forward. Sorry that we took part of your time. But just also, keep in mind that we're really running late, so we'll try to use this time to make sure that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'm just saying we're already late, but let's try to be not precise per se, but yeah, use time reasonably.
Okay, so how much time do we have?
You should have 40 minutes in reality, but yeah.
I think it's only fair that Africa gets more time since we are in Africa. It's only fair.
Oh, yes, sure, yes, yeah. I have. Need to put coffee somewhere. If okay, great. All right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good man. It's good.
Okay.
Can you see the slides in the Zoom? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Do you want to put the microphone on you?
She's already
Okay.
Okay, so I'll hand it over to Zoe to introduce the team, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we are the Global Campus Europe team. We're very happy to be here. We have been impressed by your very interesting presentations, and we have learned a lot throughout this global classroom. So my name is Zoe Aliosi. I'm the coordinator of the Global Campus team, the Europe's team. And our research team is comprised by Adam Drowski, who is an IMA alumni, Stav Dor, Anne-Sophie Giskestein, and Chiara Pasuelo. So our working title is an examination of the protection of the rights of internally displaced persons in Europe. And we also looked at the Kampala Convention and the UN guiding principles on internal displacement to a European convention. So to better understand what our focus was, you can see here on the slide a short part of our abstract. And in a time where violence and climate change cause the displacement of millions of individuals globally, our paper tried to argue that the protection of the human rights of internally displaced persons, IDPs, should be put on the top of the European agenda. So we are coming from Europe, we are Global Campus Europe, and we try to look at the European, let's say, perspective. In light of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, it is of paramount importance that Europe creates its own legal protection framework. So we assessed and we examined this proposition throughout our research. This is a human rights-based research focusing on the European region within the international context, however. So we looked at the IDP challenges from a climate justice and mental health perspectives, and we tried to assess the possible contribution of these fields in a future European Convention on Internal Displacement. So on this slide, you can see our table of contents, which, as I said, it is a draft research, and we very much welcome your feedback and comments. But you can see here, we started by looking at the sources of displacement, and we continued by looking at the existing framework for IDP protection. Then we looked at the gaps in IDP protection, and at the last part of our research, we tried to look what kind of recommendations we would identify as moving forward. So now I'll give the floor to my team to present to you our research.
So first of all, we're going to talk about source of displacement. In this particular case, I'm going to talk about climate change. As we saw yesterday and today as well, one of the major causes of proliferation of IDPs is the climate crisis. In Europe alone,
Serbia.
Okay. In Europe alone, in 2020, more than 200,000 people were forced to leave their home due to climate events. And of course, it's getting worse and worse. For this reason, the European Environment Agency warns that Southern Europe should anticipate warmer summers, more frequent droughts, and a higher incidence of wildfires. And additionally, annual heavy rainfall is expected to increase across all Northern Europe. And Central Europe is to foresee decreased summer rainfall, but more frequent and severe weather conditions, such as heavy rain, river flooding, drought, and fire dangers. Overall, sea level rise is quickening all across Europe, especially in the Mediterranean. A town like Venice, where the IMA program is based, for example, are in great dangers. And agriculture would suffer large losses everywhere and increased mortality rates. This is why in Europe, as in the rest of the world, climate-related disasters target and will target the most vulnerable groups. And this is why we need a climate justice approach that takes into consideration the vulnerability principle. Now I'll give the floor to Adam to talk about conflict and violence.
Thanks, Chiara. When it comes to internal displacement caused by conflict and violence, we're currently seeing unprecedented numbers of IDPs in Europe, mostly because of the situation in Ukraine, where more than 7 million, or actually 8 million people have been forcibly displaced within the country due to such events as mass shelling of residential areas and atrocities committed by the Russian soldiers. But in Europe, we also have other hotspots where IDPs displaced by conflict and violence are concentrated, as we heard in the previous presentations. This is the Western Balkans, the Caucasus region, but also, for example, Cyprus or Turkey. So when we're talking about internal displacement caused by conflict and violence, we are confronted with a situation when people have to or are forced to flee their homes for fears for their lives. They find themselves in a very dire situation, and their basic human rights needs to be protected, and they are in need of humanitarian assistance. And this is in short term, and usually see that states deliver the assistance that is needed, and that IDPs receive the immediate response they need. However, even when the conflict is over, we often see situations when IDPs cannot return for a variety of reasons, mostly because there is a persisting insecurity in the areas of their origin. Their properties may be destroyed, and they have simply no place to return. In Europe, we also see a number of frozen conflicts when the situation is sort of established in a way that people cannot return to the areas, such as in the occupied areas of Georgia. In such situations, we can see protracted displacement of IDPs, which is a long-term problem, and it leads to marginalization and deprivation of their rights in the areas of their displacement. Protracted displacement is typical for internal displacement caused by conflict and violence, but in the future, I would say that we can also witness protracted displacement also due to climate change. Because if we see some irreversible changes to climate, people that cannot return to the areas of their origin because there is simply maybe the sea levels have risen in a way that there are no places to return. So in that way, protracted displacement in future can be also more often happening in situations of displacement caused by climate change. Well, as I said, governments often act in terms of addressing the basic needs and the immediate humanitarian assistance provided to IDPs shortly upon their displacement. But in the long run, when we see protracted displacement, governments often do not act for a variety of reasons again. And this prevents achieving durable solutions to internal displacement. So there needs to be definitely more focus on durable solutions in situations of protracted displacement through the full realization of the rights of IDPs in the places of their displacement, which requires their inclusion and local integration. So I will now pass the floor to Anne to learn more about the existing framework for IDP protection and namely on the international level. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, we examined different sources of international law that pertains to the protection of internally displaced persons, and I will start with the international humanitarian law, which evidently not explicitly provides protections to IDPs, but still implicitly also includes civilians who have been displaced due to armed conflict. For example, we have Article 49 of the Geneva Convention 4, which prohibits the forcible transfers and deportations. So this means that there are only 3 ways under international humanitarian law in which people can be legally displaced. And even if they're legally displaced, the state must still abide by certain conditions, such as the provision of adequate accommodation, respect for family unity, and satisfactory conditions of hygiene, health, safety, and nutrition. There's also Articles 38 to 46 of Geneva Convention 4, which regulate the fundamental rights of so-called non-repatriated persons. And the Geneva Convention defines these non-repatriated persons as protected persons who have remained or been retained in the territory of a party to the conflict. So this would also include internally displaced persons displaced due to armed conflict. These provisions also provide special treatment to pregnant women, mothers of young children, and young children under the age of 15. Then there's customary international law, which also prohibits the forcible transfer and deportation from occupied areas, and it regulates the voluntary right to return home. So no one can be forced to return home. And then there's also provisions that ensure the special protection of women, and this also obviously affects internally displaced women. One considerable downside to international humanitarian law, however, is that, as we all know, it only protects those IDPs who have been displaced due to armed conflict, war, and not due to environmental and climate factors. Then there are the UN guiding principles. As we know, they're not legally binding, but nevertheless, they take up already existing binding sources of human rights and international law. So what are the contributions that the guiding principles make? There's first of all, evidently the definition of internal displacement, and this distinguishes itself from the definition of refugees in 2 ways. Firstly, IDPs evidently have not crossed the state border, whereas refugees must have crossed an international border. And secondly, as Zoe mentioned yesterday in her presentation, the internal displacement definition provides for protection also if someone has been displaced due to natural or human-made disasters, whereas the refugee definition very much focuses on the aspect of persecution, war, violence, and conflict. And this excludes natural and human-made disasters. Then there are principles 28 to 30, which concern the return, resettlement, and integration of IDPs. This is an aspect that is not included in this way in the 1951 refugee conventions. Still, some of the provisions reflect binding international human rights and humanitarian law. This would be, for example, the voluntary nature of these measures under Article 49 of the Geneva Convention 4, as well as protection of civil and political rights, such as the right to vote under Article 25 of the ICCPR. Special attention is also paid to women, mothers, and especially female heads of household, which is very unique. And it's very important because due to armed conflict, as my colleague Chiara will argue later, women are more likely to become in charge of their families when their male providers have left the family, are killed or disappeared, or are participating in hostilities. And that makes them more vulnerable to exploitation, especially. Now, one could argue, obviously, that they're still somewhat implicitly included in other human rights sources or humanitarian law, but the fact that the UN Guiding Principles explicitly mention and acknowledge this extraordinary vulnerability is very important. Then there is and then the UN Guiding Principles also seek to involve women in the relocation process, as well as the delivery of humanitarian aid. And this is important because women are not only more vulnerable in these circumstances, but they're also pillars of their communities as women, as mothers and leaders. Also quite remarkable is the attention being paid to women's health needs, especially concerning victims of abuse and reproductive health care of women. This provision is not found in this way in any other source of international law and human rights. And lastly, Principle 19.1, and this will be important for my colleague staff later on, provides for the psychological and social support of internally displaced persons. And this can be argued to imply the right to mental health in a way. And then we also very strongly believe that since other regions have contributed a lot more to IDP protection, also binding IDP protection, it is very crucial for Europe to learn from other regions, and especially from the Kampala Convention, which is the first legally binding treaty, as we all know, of its kind. And it is obviously highly inspired by the UN Guiding Principles, but I just want to highlight two key legal innovations that it makes. First of all, environmental displacement. The Kampala Convention provides for accountability of non-state actors if they cause displacement due to exploration and exploitation of resources. And lastly, the convention also addresses the plight of host communities, which is crucial because in very many circumstances, the very event that has caused the displacement may have also impacted the host communities, or the host communities may simply be already facing hardships, and this may increase tensions with new arrivals. So it's very crucial to assist and listen to host communities. And with that, I hand over to Adam, who's going to introduce the European framework.
Thanks. So moving from the international level to the regional one, I will now talk about the European regime of IP protection. So what we mean by Europe is the area of the Council of Europe, which currently has 46 member states. There is no binding treaty in Europe addressing specifically the rights of IDPs in the same way as the Kampala Convention does in Africa. But the Council of Europe member states are bound by the European Convention on Human Rights, which provides general protection of the rights and freedoms defined in the Convention. Besides, there is also a growing body of soft law instruments, and typically these are recommendations adopted by different entities of the Council of Europe addressed to member states. So one of the most important and comprehensive one is the 2006 recommendation of the Committee of Ministers to member states on IDPs, which includes 13 concrete principles. Although not legally binding, it bears a significant political weight because it was adopted by consensus of states in the Committee of Ministers, which is the highest decision-making body in the organization. The recommendation creates an important frame of reference for member states and provides them with guidance on addressing internal displacement. Among other things, it recognizes natural and human-made disasters as causes of internal displacement, forbids discrimination of IDPs, and calls for positive measures to protect their rights. It applies concrete provisions of the European Convention to the situation of internal displacement and calls on states to take appropriate measures to prevent acts that may violate their rights. Finally, the recommendation calls on states to consider elaborating additional international instruments to address existing gaps in international law regarding protection of IDPs in Europe and hence opens the room for possible binding instruments specifically addressing protection of IDPs in Europe. So as I said, besides the social instruments, the most important element of protection of the rights of IDPs in Europe is the European Convention on Human Rights. All Council of Europe member states are bound by the convention to provide protection to each individual who is under the jurisdiction of a member state. Each individual IDP is therefore entitled to the protection of all the rights and freedoms of the European Convention on Human Rights and has the right to apply to the European Court of Human Rights. The court has ruled on a number of cases concerning rights of IDPs and delivered several landmark decisions. So this is a list of the rights that have been dealt with by the court. I'm not going to go into detail like with every single one, and I picked the last one, protection against discrimination, namely Article 1, Protocol 12. Which prohibits which is a general prohibition of discrimination, because there is also another article, and that one only which is Article 14 of the convention that only covers rights and freedoms that are defined in the convention. So this one is a little bit more. This one is broader. And thanks to that, it also could have been invoked in the case of Seligenenko and others versus Ukraine concerning discrimination of IDPs on the basis of their status in the exercise of the right to vote in local elections. Now, the convention doesn't protect the rights to vote in local elections. It only protects the rights to vote in elections to legislative bodies. So effectively, local elections are in 99% of cases excluded from the protection of the convention, but thanks to the Article 1, Protocol 12, the rights of IDPs could be protected in this case because Ukrainian legislative framework, of course, provides the right to vote also to IDPs. So IDPs are most often deprived of the right to vote in local elections because the right to vote on a local level is linked to the voters' residence. In Ukraine, of course, they could not vote in their places of origin because these were under occupation, basically. And in Ukraine, it was difficult at that time to change residency, or they simply didn't want to do it in order not to lose the IDP status or entitlement to the properties that they left or they had to leave behind. So without having the right to vote in the areas of their displacement, they effectively were discriminated and became second-class citizens. And we also see things like a loss of agency because they were not able to influence the decision making within the municipality of their displacement. And this was basically an obstacle to a durable solution, their inclusion and local integration eventually. Some IDPs, and that was in 2015, filed a case with the European Court of Human Rights against this situation. So, the court in this case found that IDPs had been discriminatorily denied participation in local elections at the place of their actual residence, and found this violation of the rights of IDPs as effectively preventing them from local integration, which was explicitly mentioned by the court in this decision, this ruling. This decision was delivered last year, and in the meantime, there were elections in 2020 in Ukraine, and at that time, IDPs were already allowed to vote in local elections after a joint pressure of international community on the Ukrainian authorities to change the law. Now the conclusions. What we can draw on what we know about the European regime of IDP protection. European IDPs do not enjoy special protection by a binding treaty addressing their particular needs and vulnerabilities. However, there is a relatively large volume of case law of the European Court on the rights of IDPs, which is On the other hand, still rather limited to certain rights of IDPs that have been historically at stake in Europe. There is also a growing body of soft law instruments that shows political commitment and willingness of states to protect the rights of IDPs. With new challenges in sight, such as climate change and proliferation of conflicts, and with the gaps in protection that Chiara and staff will address in a while, we argue that the existing framework may need to be transformed into a more comprehensive regime of protection, possibly by a binding treaty addressing the rights of IDPs. Now I will hand over to Chiara. The floor is yours.
So moving forward from what Anne and Adam just spoke about, we will now discuss certain specific gaps in IDPs protection in Europe. And first of all, we're gonna tackle the issue of women and vulnerable groups, so women and the LGBTQI+ people. So first of all, displacement perpetuates socioeconomic disadvantages by reinforcing detrimental pre-existing gender stereotypes. If we think about it, of the worst 41 million IDPs at the end of 2018 were women and girls. This number, of course, is growing and growing, even in Europe. Displaced girls struggle to complete compulsory education. And for this exact reason, and due to day-by-day discrimination, displaced women struggle to enter the labor market. Also, gender-based violence and domestic violence increase in such a condition. In general, displaced women and girls in camps then are particularly vulnerable to traffickers and other opportunities. And in general, camps set are hostile for women and girls. And we can see that this very short list is like every aspect is interconnected among each other. So if a girl cannot access education, it would be very hard to enter the labor market, and gender-based violence would be most common due to economic dependence. Then another particular vulnerable group is constituted by the LGBTQI+ people, because and they suffer specific vulnerability. Members of this community have to overcome special informal obstacles and explicit legal discrimination. If we can think about some examples, transgender people still struggle to obtain their identification cards, which are necessary to receive assistance if a situation of environment occurs. Also, IDPs from sexual minorities may be forced to hide their genders or leave their partner or adopt a different persona in order to survive displacement. And even in this case, gender-based violence and domestic violence increased highly. So this is why Europe need to adopt an ad hoc instrument that that protects particularly vulnerable people while adopting an intersectional perspective. And overall, it's important to protect the most vulnerable among the already vulnerable through an intersectional lens. For example, not just women and the queer community, but even children, people with disabilities, religious minorities, ethnic minorities, people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, etc. Now I will give the floor to Stav, and she will talk about mental health.
So a third gap that exists relates to the right to mental health. And to begin with, it is important to note that the vulnerability of IDPs to violations of their right to health simply have to be considered. According to Article 12 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which is, by the way, said to be one of the most comprehensive articles in international human rights law on the right to health, the obligation of states parties is to protect both the physical and mental health of individuals. And yet, when we discuss the right to health of people on the move, those health-related challenges are most often centered around physical issues, including, for example, transmittable or infectious diseases, insufficient nourishment, and sexual well-being and safety. Now, this is not to say that these are not important. However, our paper argues that health simply cannot exist in a vacuum where mental health is excluded. So there can be no health without mental health. Therefore, in order to achieve and protect the right to health of IDPs, mental health has to be included in the discussion. So when we discuss the mental health in the individual, it's important to first note what mental health is. According to the World Health Organization, mental health is a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. Essentially, what we're talking about is subjective well-being, where the emotional vitality and positive functioning are the primary measures reflecting psychological, emotional, and social well-being. When we discuss the individual, certain factors were found to correlate with poorer mental health and therefore a reduced general welfare. And these include, for example, age, whereby the older the individual was at the time of displacement, the worse the outcome on health generally was. Sex, whereby females generally indicated poorer mental health than did their male counterparts, as Chiara mentioned. Living areas, in which those from the countryside generally fared worse than those from metropolitan areas. And stress, whereby enhanced and enduring stress was shown to correlate with a reduced overall well-being. At the same time, however, certain factors were found to correlate positively with psychological functioning, including, for example, proper resettlement conditions, whereby enhanced mental health was shown in those living in stable, long-term, and private accommodations. Economic prospects, especially when paired with the right and opportunity to work, which thereby enabled the individual to maintain their socioeconomic status. And it is important to note that this can only be materialized when the IDPs are actually included in their host communities. In addition, certain personality traits such as extroversion and openness, as well as coping abilities, including mindfulness skills, positive reframing, and resiliency. And when we discuss mental health on a societal level, it's important to first note that mental health of individuals is integral to shaping the health of communities and populations. In fact, this is so much so the case that the World Health Organization stated that a lack of positive mental health is a threat to public health, the quality of life, and stability of Europe. Now, to better reflect on this statement, it's important to note that mental health was found to be an essential precondition for a sustainable and socially constructive society. Essentially, mental health improves social cohesion or solidarity of a society. So ideal environments that foster mental health were also shown to enhance the sense of belonging amongst people. Secondly, it was found to correlate with an enhanced sense of security, whereby a reduced state of mental health was found to correlate with augmented levels of serious and violent crimes. And lastly, it was associated with the social capital of a society, whereby reduced mental health was shown to correlate with reduced productivity and loss of employment. And in going back to climate change and how climate change affects mental health, it's important to note that climate change can affect the overall well-being of individuals, both indirectly and directly. So climate change can, for example, result in a decline of food production and nourishment due to droughts or loss of lands, and this results in individuals who are deprived of food. This thereby leads them to exhibit a range of detrimental effects, such as heightened stress levels, and as well as cognitive, emotional, and social and behavioral changes. So essentially, the right to health of internally displaced children and adults can be impacted by climate change indirectly, since they require an adequately nourishing diet to properly develop and function, both physically and psychologically. Climate change can also impact the right to health in a direct manner because various health effects were shown to exist due to climate change. And these include, for example, increased allergens resulting from milder winters, complications of air pollutions that are associated with forest fires, as well as infectious diseases that derive from ticks, rodents, and waterborne viruses and bacteria that have been directly linked to temperature and humidity changes arising from climate change. Now, all in all, it's important to analyze the impacts of mental health through a human rights lens as well. And the reason that this is important is because a holistic approach must encompass human suffering, not only through a psychosocial perspective, but must also take into consideration the importance of justice through legally and morally binding principles. Essentially, a human rights framework complements the psychosocial one by emphasizing health as a product of social and inherently power relations, as well as emphasizing the need to protect the dignity of the individual, as was so clearly stated by Seema Samar on Tuesday. To expand on this a little further, according to the Committee on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, health is a fundamental human right indispensable for the exercise of other human rights. This reiterates how human rights are interdependent, indivisible, and interrelated, so they simply cannot be enjoyed in isolation of each other. Therefore, the violations on the right to health can interfere with the freedoms to enjoy other human rights, such as the right to work, the right to an education, the right to an adequate standard of living, and the right to live in dignity. Now, in short, the take-home message is that mental health is not only fundamental for the welfare of the individuals, but also for the social and economic developments of nations. As such, mental health has to be given the spotlight in current discussions regarding IDPs, and it has to be better integrated into existing and new policies and legislations. And when we discuss mental health and the individual, it's important to be mindful of the data because efforts to implement policies and legislations with mitigating effects have to focus on those populations regarded as most vulnerable, as well as on those factors that are deemed as beneficial for the overall well-being of the individuals. When we discuss the issue on a societal level, it's important to remember that the mental health of the individual IDP does indeed impact the state of health of communities and society at large. And insofar as moving forward, future practices with a focus on mental health and psychological assistance can include those that address proper post-displacement conditions, as well as providing concrete programs and services. I will now provide the floor to Anne, who will conclude the presentation for us.
Thank you. Considering the shortcomings we have just discussed, and in the absence of a comprehensive human rights, of a comprehensive IDP protection framework, we propose the following policy recommendations for the region. Firstly, in as much as general assistance is concerned, both in terms of assistance to IDPs as well as assistance to states that have been affected by internal displacement, supporting the work of the special rapporteur and as well as states dealing with this issue is crucial. And in regards to the latter,
Do not touch this part.
In regards to the assistance to states dealing with internal displacement, we think it is very important to focus especially on capacity building, and here we must emphasize that this should be done with the utmost respect for human rights, cultural sensitivities, and also to an extent national sovereignty. Also, seeing as how internal displacement does not affect very many European countries as of now, we believe that it's still very important to develop preemptive national legislation to prevent displacement from before it occurs. But then obviously the evident question is also who can help states in the absence of experience to draft these kinds of legislation. And we believe that, for example, the Office of the Special Rapporteur may be of help, but also if we look at internal displacement from an intersectionality approach, IGOs and NGOs concerned with the human rights of specific groups may be of assistance there. But also, of course, states and regions who have already been dealing with the issues we may face in a few years and decades, especially concerning climate-induced displacement. And that is why we're particularly looking forward to the presentation of Asia Pacific, because they're already dealing with some of the issues we are expecting to face in the years to come. In terms of climate-induced displacement, as my colleague Chiara has very well argued, the climate justice perspective is very crucial, and it should also be included in national IDP laws. European countries are moreover among those contributing most to climate change, and therefore we argue that they have a responsibility to do their part in mitigating climate change and thereby also benefiting climate-induced displacement, as if we all work on reducing climate change, it would also reduce climate-induced displacement. Along this line, we can also argue that European states have a responsibility to assist disproportionately affected low and middle income countries that are disproportionately affected by internal displacement, particularly considering the building of resilient infrastructures and disaster management frameworks. And of course, helping rebuild communities that have been affected by environmental displacement. As far as gender aspects of internal displacements are concerned, it is very important that European states can cooperate both on the regional and the international level to prevent gender-based violence and ensure women's rights. And they must also acknowledge in this work that internally displaced women and the LGBTQI+ community are extremely vulnerable. And not only must they acknowledge that they're vulnerable, but they must also act by it. For example, some donor countries now already fund bilateral grassroots projects and dealing with the empowerment of women, and it is very important to raise awareness that such supported projects should also be benefiting internally displaced women and the LGBTQI+ community. Concerning the right to health, states should assist organizations such as the International Red Cross and Red Crescent societies who are already providing medical aid and humanitarian assistance to these populations. And also in many cases, states who are dealing with these issues are unwilling or unable to provide medical aid. And it's very important that the international community lobbies with these states to ensure that humanitarian aid organizations are given access to these affected populations. And as my colleague staff has very well argued, states must acknowledge the right to mental health and provide psychological support that IDPs require to ensure that they're not only their own well-being, but also that of their communities and the country in which they live. As for the inclusion of IDPs in society, this can go in different ways. For one, as Ms. Jimenez Damari stressed on Monday, concerning that we must listen to IDPs, that states must listen to IDPs and what they need, and not only listen, but acting accordingly. And inclusion also concerns that IDPs can become full, active, and fully accepted and respected members of their communities without discrimination. And this is why it's very, very important for states to fight discrimination and ensure that the economic, social, political, civil, and cultural rights of these people are being met. But inclusion also pertains to the inclusion of host communities and listening to host communities and their concerns and their needs to reduce tensions and to really enable the integration of IDPs. So what do we propose? As Halim has highlighted very well, in Europe, we have a very, very fundamental basis for creating a regional IDP protection framework. We have the European Convention on Human Rights, which is already binding on 46 states in the region. And it already implicitly protects internally displaced persons. Also, we have the court, we have the emerging case law and soft law, which we can build on, and we can use this to create a regional binding convention, addressing and highlighting the issues that IDPs deal with. Evidently, this does not mean that we can neglect the aspect of national IDP legislation, since every country is different, every case is different, and therefore national IDP laws should also be a focus here. Now, to be realistic, since we're not yet dealing with what we will be dealing with in a couple of years, especially in considering climate-induced displacement, states may not see a need for all of this. And but there are also windows of opportunities we can and we should consider here, especially considering the current internal displacement in Ukraine. And Ukraine is the Council of Europe member states, so it's already part of this community. And there's a lot of attention and awareness to the issue that displaced persons face in Ukraine. And we strongly believe, therefore, that Europe should use this impetus to follow Africa's example and create a binding regional framework for IDP protection. And with that, we would like to thank you so much for your attention, and we're looking forward to your questions and feedback.
The Global Campus Europe. I would now like to invite the commentary or feedback from the group that reviewed their paper. And after that, we can open it up to the larger audience. Thank you. Can you come to the camera?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Our team, when we reviewed your paper, we were very inspired. You address the conflict and climate change at the same time, so we could map out the comprehensive situation in Europe, and also at the same time, we were focusing on specific issues related to vulnerable groups and right to health. I want to say thank you again. Our team brought 3 recommendations and 3 questions. And I will give you 3 recommendations first. The first one is, like, since the paper said it is human rights based research, maybe so probably the research could address the human rights treaty related to vulnerable groups such as SIDA, and also mental health. You can maybe stretch the discussion to the CRPD as well. And a second recommendation is the focus of the research could be maybe more precise using specific countries to elaborate in details and include coherence about the factors of internal displacement in Europe. And our third recommendation is the word count. Not really to make our work less, but more about maybe if the count will be reduced, it will be more proper and concise and such on the paper. And the first question to stretch the discussion is, how does internal displacement reinforce the pre-existing gender stereotype in Europe? And second question is, does Europe have a mechanism or procedure for distinguishing climate change induced IDP and from the conflict induced IDP? The third one is, how does intersectionality highlight the vulnerability of marginalized group from the climate change induced IDP and complete IDPs in Europe?
So first of all, thank you to the Asia Pacific team for your feedback, which was very useful for our topic, and we promise we will cut the word count. We promise. And so I will try to answer to 2 of your questions. So how does internal displacement reinforce pre-existing gender stereotypes in Europe? Thank you, first of all, again, for the question. So we all live in a patriarchal society, so the stereotypes we are forced to face are the same all over our regions, but of course there are some specificities. Displacement affects women differently than it does men, and there are divergent effects varying at various stages of the crisis. On a continental scale, the dramatic conflict between Russia and Ukraine, for example, has already had a major impact on the situation of IDPs in Europe. At least 60% of Ukrainian IDPs are women, and this underlines the need for specific protection for this phenomenon. It's clear that with this number, women's higher vulnerability must be taken into account. And as I said before, in the end, it's like a chain of events in Europe as well. Women struggle to access education and consequently struggle to find employment. And this is a common stereotype everywhere. Women stay at home and decide not to work in order to focus on families issue. If we think then about climate change, even if it's still happening slowly into European continent, it's still a matter of time. Countries on the Mediterranean Sea will probably face the strongest consequences. And if we think about Greece, Italy, and Spain, those are the countries where women suffer the most for unemployment in the European continental region, and even more women with children. With that said, it's clear that we need to underline that the European continent, especially the area of the European Union, is not facing as dramatic as an event as other regions, both in terms of climate conflicts, like our colleagues from Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Africa brilliantly addressed in the presentation. Nevertheless, we must take action for a specific European Convention on IDPs, since the climate change problem will affect every one of us in the end. And as the recent conflict in Ukraine is showing, it's necessary to protect people in displacement, especially the most vulnerable. Now about intersectionality. So how does intersectionality highlight vulnerability of marginalized people? First of all, intersectionality allows us to read vulnerability not as the characteristic of some social demographic groups, but is rather the result of different and interdependent societal stratification processes that result in the multiple dimension of marginalization. Everyone's living situation tend to deteriorate as a result of displacement. Of course, in this regard, as I said before, women and people from the LGBTQI+ community are among the most vulnerable. And I think that in this context, climate change is a really important principle to, climate justice, sorry, is a really important principle to keep in mind, because the primary result of climate change is indeed injustice. And climate-related disaster predominantly target already vulnerable people. In Europe, this happens and will continue to happen. Again, we could identify many communities in considering this. Religious minorities and Roma people, for example, who still suffer many forms of discrimination all around the continent. And especially, as I mentioned before, the queer community, especially trans women, who are still struggling in many countries to see their rights recognized from a legal point of view. For example, there's a huge debate in Spain happening right now about this topic, and there are more conservative like countries, for example, Italy, that are way behind on the path toward queer equality. From a conflict point of view, then, if again we think about the current war in Ukraine, it was underlined even in the news by queer activist organization how transgender women have been totally ignored in the past decade, and since now they don't have their identification cards, they are still considered male and forced into the battlefield, resulting in a long way of displacement. Also, one other fact that stood up on the news was the forced displacement of Black and brown people living in Ukraine due to impossibility of going away because of guards only making white people escape. So all of these reasons are once again factors that explain how a specific convention is needed in the European area, and how intersectionality is a key concept to tackle all these different issues.
Okay, and to answer question number 2, there is no explicit mechanism that would recognize climate change-induced displacement. In the case law of the court, I would say in most cases, if not in all of them, the rulings concern displacement induced by conflict and violence. However, the recommendation of the Committee of Ministers that I mentioned recognizes natural and human-made disasters, which I would say is probably broad enough to also include climate change induced displacement, at least to a certain extent. So this is basically what the European framework can offer in this regard.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to open it up to the larger audience now. Are there questions from the audience for the Global Campus Europe team? Please. Yeah.
camera and the camera. On to the photographer. Thank you for the presentation. I was actually caught by surprise because I was expecting more data about Europe, and it was a more generalized. And I wanted first to ask, why did you choose to do it this way? Because we do, in the conclusion you mentioned, we don't have so many IDPs in Europe. But we do, and I just checked the data, and we had cases, climate disaster IDPs in countries including Croatia, Sweden, UK, France, Greece. This year, Zoe, you will remember, Greece had severe wildfires. The last 5 years, we have had around 100,000 IDPs. Athens was burning, there were ashes everywhere. So I'd like to know, we have covered Southeast Europe, we have covered Ukraine, but what's the situation in the 27 EU member states, maybe plus Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway? Is there any data? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And even if I'm part of Global Campus Europe, I didn't really know very much about what you were doing, and I was very impressed and interested. And I'd like to just pick on one particular aspect. I think the focus on the right to health of internally displaced persons is a very interesting example of how a human rights framework is relevant and could be operationalized in relation to displacement. And I found it particularly interesting that you also focused on mental health, which I think is an increasingly important topic within the right to health discourse. We know that the previous special rapporteur on the right to health, Dinas Pouras, was very much putting this on the agenda as well. You know, all of that said, I'm wondering, I don't know what's realistic or not realistic, but in a situation of displacement, and especially maybe in an immediate crisis situation, you know, what would be, in your perception, minimum core standards, so to say, with immediate effect with regard to health, and how much of the mental health agenda is of more progressive nature, you know, so something that would really be of relevance when displaced persons are in a more long-term situation, you know. So I'm just wondering somehow how you calibrate, and maybe also just to accentuate when you work with economic and social rights, the distinction, you know, between, or the aspect of progressive realization.
Thank you so much, guys, for such a lovely presentation. During your exposition, you mentioned several times the necessity of having this binding document. And partially already responding for the first question, I will say, at least from my experience from Portugal, and I think it's very similar with the rest of the South Europe. And even Ana Laura yesterday mentioned that, for example, in Portuguese, we don't have a specific term for internal displacement people. And what this brings is a lot of issues and challenge even to identify these people in these certain situations. We mentioned the fires, we mentioned the certification that we have in the south of Europe nowadays, but we don't recognize or we don't identify these people as internal displacement people. I was actually during your presentation checking some numbers from Portugal, just for curiosity, and in 2021 was recognized 20 people as IDPs there. 20. Yeah. I mean, I'm not like expert, but I will say that this is unrealistic numbers. And I will say that this is coming from a lack of recognition of these people in these situations, as not giving them as this term that is lacking them. So I would like to know from your perception what can be done in these cases, maybe for a better identification, or if is the binding document maybe a very good tool for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to take this time to just ask one more for myself. In terms of who is most vulnerable, I do know that we have a lot of migrants moving into Europe. And my understanding is that sometimes they live in those locations that are more likely to be prone to these, you know, disasters. So what's your take on this in terms of who is most vulnerable, because it's like very generalized. And related to that is also a reflection on what happens to men, you know, in this circumstance. It's like gender is always about women, but we do know that, like in Ukraine, men are the most likely to be killed, or they, even if they're in IDP situation, they'll hide because, you know, the aggressors will target them. So what does it mean for their status also in terms, you know, in displacement? Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to address the questions posed by Nuno and Samatos together. That's actually a really good point. And the reason why we haven't, or we argue that it's not really a problem yet is simply because it is not identified as one, as you said. It's, the numbers are just very, very low, and true, that is very unrealistic. But yeah, we will definitely look into that further, and yeah, and I think also in terms of a binding framework, it will help to just have this definition, and this definition be binding onto the states, and it will force, in a way, to an extent, obviously that's limited, the states to acknowledge that they have a problem with that. And obviously a framework should also include data collection.
Okay, so for George's question, which was what would be the minimum core, I guess, necessities for the mental health, I would say, from my personal opinion, to provide proper post-displacement conditions, like I mentioned, and not to allow these people, they're not just numbers, right? These are people who are suffering, not to allow them to live in degrading conditions that can violate their right to dignity. So, for example, allow them to live in places where they have running water, or where they have not assistance, but an ability to speak to, you know, psychologists or other professionals, because at the end of the day, they're also dealing with trauma, and that's not something that's often talked about with all the stigmatization around mental health, and that also has to be addressed. So yeah, I think that's the core minimum.
So as far as this question, and yeah, I mean, the migrant crisis, as they call it in Europe, is there and is very present. But as I try to connect to what Anna just said, there's not really a definition of IDPs, and we don't talk about it even in national states. So yeah, I think that the issue in general should be more connected to the migrant crisis, especially in the Mediterranean, especially in Italy, Greece, and Spain, which are the most affected country by this. For what concerning men specifically, yes, we're always maybe talking about gender stereotypes, even if gender is a construction. But of course, this was not the main point of the research, but we could, of course, in the future, take a look at it more specifically, even from like even from a mental health perspective, for example. So.
Okay, I think if there are no more questions, we've come to the end of our session. Zoe, do you want to make okay. Well, we want to thank you very much. Very detailed for your great work. We really appreciate all the efforts you put, and I hope you take back all the feedback to further improve the paper as we continue to work on it. I guess we will take a break now, and we should be back by 12:45, she says. Yes. Okay. See you at, yeah, enjoy your break. See you later.
That's so good. You're so
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
What did you love the question is up? You know, first is the way you work like that's it. No, ask me. Yes. Did you see that the scholar is in the room? You are the one. Yeah. Like okay, like we'll talk about. I was about to ask you about okay. Yeah. No, let's take it all together. Come. Stop shaking hands, man.
Okay, just a moment.
Thank you.
Next models are we are the next.
Tell us for that.
I'm so proud of you guys.
Only thanks to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, let's get it.
Are you doing like this? Like
very, let's do like this.
Yeah, let's do like this.
Let's do like
We
this.
are really constant.
Best coordinator in the world, right?
Do it one in
Yeah.
vertical. Manuela, do it one in vertical.
Instagram takeover.
I'm so old for this. I have to cut it because I have the podium.
Yeah. Perfect.
Right? One, two. Let's join the photo for gender balance and join my European team.
Okay.
I also joined the photo for non-gender balance.
But you're undercover. Just like move.
Yeah. No. I think I'm okay in the back, right?
Oh, wait, here we go. 1, 2. Good.
Thank you. Oh.
I wanted to say a round of applause for Manuela.
No.
Because you see seriously the force beneath everything. And
Yeah, with difficulties, you know.
but thank you very much.
Every day was like, can you give us full permission to do everything? Yes, but and then Magnus had to call the person remotely to give us permission to stop your poor grandfather. But it was, I also think these are the things that we will remember, you know?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
actually very nice that it happened.
Yeah.
It's cute. Guys, we had 5 minutes. So
5 minutes, have a coffee.
Yeah, we'll be a little bit late, don't worry.
ID card will do.
I guess so, yeah. I don't know. How do you feel about this?
Judging from the others, it's pretty fun.
Yeah. All right. I'll take what you, oh. no.
Kai, are you here? Kai?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yeah. How are you?
Good, good. We're here, we're ready. We have like 5 more minutes break and then we'll start. But it's good to hear from you.
So will you present the?
Yeah.
So do someone will present the group or we present ourselves or what are the techniques?
Karim is going to present the group.
Okay,
So I'll cue in for you and then you cue in for Yasmin.
okay.
Great. All right, I'll be right back.
Good luck. I can't hear you, Kai, if you talk to me. No. You're muted.
There.
Hello, Marie.
Hi, Yasmin. How are you? I'm stressed.
So are we. It's fine. Don't worry. I was just thinking you probably don't have control over the slides, right?
No.
Okay, so just let me know. I can
We can switch for you.
for you. Yeah. Just
Yeah,
give us
sure.
the cue.
Okay, we have to mute now because there are other 10 people.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, okay, see you later.
Good afternoon. I just want to make sure the rest of the team who are not with us in the room are present.
She's Irene.
Okay, hi.
Right on you.
Okay, great, great. Can you hear us, Irene?
Yeah. Hi.
Oh, nice. Hi. Okay, welcome back. I'm sorry we couldn't have a break tea as we had thought, but like we said, we will be able to do that after this session. We'll have more time for lunch, a late, an early lunch or something like that. So I would like to take this pleasure to invite the MENA team. It's MENA Northeast. Yeah, the MENA region. Middle East and North Africa team to give us the presentation. But before I do that, I would like to invite the coordinator, Karim, to say a word, and then the team can take on from there. Welcome, Karim.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to introduce the team. I believe you all know them. So I'm the coordinator for the Arab World ARMA team, or the MENA region, Middle East and Northern Africa. You all know Yasmin, Ait Youssef, Kai Wangel, Omar Shar'i, and with us online on Zoom, thank you, Hareen Aidil. My name is Karim Mufti, for those who didn't quite catch me yet in this beautiful week we're having together in South Africa. So allow me a few introduction remarks on the region, which comes last. We're going to take our time since we have barbecue at a later stage. A very large region. It was very, very difficult for the team to focus on a specific angle. I mean, you know how this region is unfortunately known for its conflicts and growing disasters, especially when it comes to climate change, desertification. So which context, which angle was it for the team to pick? Should we focus on Syria and its 20 million internally displaced persons, mostly driven by state predatory practices and grave human rights violations in the field, policies driven by the regime that are completely incompatible with international standards and durable solutions, perpetuating international crimes against Syrians? Should we look at Palestine and the ongoing occupation there, and the country or the context where, well, the situation of refugees even came to be as from temporary to permanent, even before the UNHCR and even the Geneva Convention on the Protection of Refugees even came to be, with Palestine, the Palestinian Nakba and their situational refugee situation and the creation of UNRWA in 1949. Today, even the UN calls what's going on in occupied Palestine as an apartheid regime, and we don't take this lightly in light of where we are standing today in South Africa. Should we look at Lebanon? Tens of thousands of IDPs during the civil war, an issue that still continues to drag the political stigma, sectarianism. After the war, the IDP issue was polarized and was transformed into one of the most corrupt funds of clientelism and sectarianism in Lebanon. Should we look into Libya? As you know, a very harsh context, civil war that unfortunately came after the breakdown of peace-building efforts, after the promising use of the concept of responsibility to protect that was adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2005. It was the first and maybe the last time that this concept was raised, the responsibility to protect civilians in an international military intervention. Unfortunately, it exacerbated the civil war, which led to 1.6 million displaced today. So as you can see, we can go on in the Arab world and the MENA region, disasters and human suffering led by conflict. And again, we also had to grasp with whether we should touch upon climate change, which was also something that was discussed in the past 2 days. How are we going to count the climate change disasters that are going to lead to a war? Because this is going to be combined consequences and disasters, especially in countries related to the MENA region. So at the end, the brilliant team you'll hear in a moment has dedicated their efforts in kind of a dual approach, a dual contextual approach, especially based on countries that we don't really hear much of in the media, which are Iraq and Yemen. So I'm going to pass on the floor to them. So it's going to be mostly focused on Iraq and the Yemen situation when it comes to IDPs. And I first give the floor to Kai.
All right, can you all hear me? All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Karim, for the introduction. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And thank you to Jihad up there. He's our academic coordinator for the ARMA region and also the person who lent me this shirt. So you guys set the dress code bar pretty high. Anyway, as Mr. Karim said, we've decided to talk about Iraq and Yemen, partially because they're not discussed often in the media, but also because they're the two countries in the MENA region. Can you still hear me? They're the two countries in the MENA region that have incorporated the UN guiding principles on internal displacement into their national policies. So we're focusing on that, and we're also focusing specifically on women and children. Women and children are among the most vulnerable groups among IDP communities and the most sensitive to minor changes, both in the course of the conflict as well as the policy response to their displacement. So we wanted to examine the major issues facing IDP women and children in Iraq and Yemen, the humanitarian and policy response, both on a national and international level, and the successes and shortcomings of the incorporation of the UN guiding principles into the country's domestic legislation through the lens of their impact on women and children. So first, let's start with a little bit of background. Iraq is a country of 40 million people, of which 1.2 million are currently displaced. That includes 180,000 IDPs in camps for internally displaced people and just over a million outside of camps, largely in urban areas or on the peripheries of cities. It is also important to note that 4.9 million internally displaced people have returned to their homes since 2008, the vast majority of whom have done so since the defeat of ISIS at the end of 2017. Let's go into the history a little bit. So the history of displacement in Iraq, unfortunately, is quite long. We're starting here in the 1980s, when Iran and Iraq fought a brutal 9-year war that led to millions of refugees and internally displaced persons, particularly among Sunni communities in the south and Kurdish communities in the north. Then there was the Gulf War in 1990-91, the first Gulf War, and then the second Gulf War, the US invasion in 2003, which led to approximately 400,000 newly internally displaced persons. The next major milestone that we have here is the 2006 bombing of the Al-Aqsari Mosque in Samarra. Samarra is a city in a Sunni majority area, but it's an important Shia mosque. And this event, this bombing, led to a multi-year civil war, lots of sectarian violence, primarily between the Sunni and the Shia communities. The Sunni communities have sort of found themselves dispossessed of power after the ouster of Saddam Hussein, who was Sunni, despite being, I'll take a look at that in a second with the map, minority of the population. A further factor of instability were the Arab Spring protests in 2011, and then of course the main one in 2014, the rise of the Islamic State that covered much of the area of northern Iraq. In 2014 saw the displacement of 2.2 million people within the country, and then, so we have their defeat that I mentioned in 2017, and then most recently in 2019, popular uprisings in Iraq that have perpetuated the country's instability, even though the situation since then has improved drastically. We have, by the end of 2021, the return of 4.8 million people. Here's a map just to give you a little bit of context. So Iraq is a Shia majority country, but only just. There's about 55% of the people are Sunni. That's in this area, green area, mostly in the south. Sorry, Shia. 55% are Shia. About 30% are Sunni, that's the yellow area, and that's also largely the area that was occupied by the Islamic State. And then the area in blue is Kurdistan, or the Kurdish region that enjoys a fair degree of autonomy within Iraq. All right, I'll keep it brief since we have a time limit, and move on to Yemen. So Yemen is a country of 30 million people, of which 4.3 million are displaced. That's almost 15% of the entire population. Up to 1.6 million of them live across 2,200 hosting sites, so camps for internally displaced people. And Yemen has also been described as the world's worst humanitarian crisis, with 5 million Yemenis experiencing acute malnutrition, which includes 2.2 million children under the age of 5 and 1.3 million pregnant and breastfeeding women. And 80% of Yemenis, this is not IDPs, but the country as a whole, require humanitarian assistance, only about half of which are actually reached. Little bit of the history here, starting this time in the 1960s. At that time, Yemen was two countries. We had North Yemen, which was a kingdom led by the Zaydi Imam Muhammad al-Badr. And South Yemen was initially a British colony, and then by 1967 became independent, and it was the only communist country, communist Arab country. The 9-year civil war, it was a proxy war between Saudi Arabia and Egypt. And eventually it ended with so Saudi Arabia was on the side of the kingdom, and Egypt wanted to install a republic in the style of the Arab Nationalist Republic under famous Egyptian guy, totally blank. Yes. Not Mohammed Salah. Yes, Gamal Abdel Nasser. Thank you. I'm sorry, guys. Too much nerves, not enough coffee. Anyway, so that ended with a peace agreement and some sort of power sharing between the Sunnis and the Shias. It ended with a Republican victory, but it was kind of a Pyrrhic victory. And then the 70s and the 80s saw relative stability until 1990, when North and South Yemen were reunified, which sort of added a third party sharing power and dissatisfied with how the power was divided. 1994 saw a civil war, this time between formerly North and South Yemen. And since then, there's sort of been an independent streak in South Yemen. In 2004, the government attempted to arrest Hussein al-Houthi, who was a prominent Zaydi Imam in the north, in the Northern Highlands. I'll take a look at a map in a second, because they were sort of discontent with the amount of power that he wielded. And that led to the Houthi uprising that we still see today. It started fairly small scale, exacerbated in 2011 during the Arab Spring protests, when President Ali Abdullah Saleh was forced to flee the country, which created a power vacuum that the Houthis then filled. In 2014, they captured the capital of Sana'a, and by 2015, saw the intervention of the Saudi-led coalition aiming to restore the UN-recognized government to Sana'a. That has been the main cause of the majority of the displacement. So in 2015 alone, 2.2 million people were displaced. It's this current ongoing war with the Houthis against the Saudi-led coalition is the driver of the majority of displacement. But to end on a slightly positive note, in 2022, in April, just a couple months ago, there was a ceasefire agreement. The interim president, Abdrabu Mansour Hadi, sorry, that's his name, agreed to step down and establish a presidential council and a ceasefire, which there have been reports of it being broken, but it is somewhat held, and the situation has been a little bit better in the past couple of months. To indulge my, that's the wrong slide, my love of maps here for a second. This is the current situation in Yemen. So the greenish blue area is the area controlled by the Houthis. That's most of what was formerly North Yemen, and it's primarily Shia populated. And the south, the areas that are yellow, beige, and green, those are Sunni majority areas, formerly of South Yemen. Sana'a there is the capital, which is currently under control by the Houthis. It's also important to point out Hodeidah, the port on the Red Sea, which is currently being blockaded Yasmin will get to that later. It's been a big obstacle in the delivery of humanitarian aid and also access to information. And then Madhab here, it's listed in black as under pro-Hadi coalition control, but it's been the site of major fighting recently. That's sort of the area where most of the ceasefire has not been upheld. And it was the last sort of formally safe government area. So many of the IDPs fled to that area and have become displaced again by the fighting. Moving on to women and children. So women and children make up 80% of IDPs worldwide. Displacement leads to the decrease in living standards and increased protection needs. This is true for everybody, but particularly for women, displacement also leads to the reinforcement of harmful gender stereotypes, as Chiara talked about earlier, and the perpetuation of socioeconomic disadvantages. So we've identified 4 key areas: security, health, education, and livelihoods. I'll talk about them each individually in a second, but it's important to point out that they're not separate areas. They're actually all very interconnected. And so poor outcomes in one area leads to an increased likelihood of poor outcomes in each of the other areas. It increases vulnerability to exploitation, abuse, and neglect, and as well as the displacement becoming chronic. So the worse off you are in each of these areas, the harder it is to recover from displacement. With security, there are 4 main risk factors that we've identified. One is severance from family and community. That usually provides much of the protection for women and children. We have the presence of armed groups, traffickers, recruiters, and opportunists in camps. We have the lack of privacy, as you can see from the photo. This is a camp in northern Iraq. Many of the people live in tents with no locks. They live in shared spaces. When they have to go to the bathroom or use any sort of facilities, they have to go out into these public spaces. And so there's a severe lack of security. Arin will talk about gender-based violence, which is an issue, but I'll leave that part to her. But I just wanted to note that 1 in 5 displaced women in Iraq have reported avoiding going to certain spaces or shared areas at certain times due to safety concerns. Then we have health. So internally displaced people are particularly vulnerable because of limited access to health and sanitation services. There's also the stigmatization of sexual and reproductive health, as well as lack of education on best practice. We have shortages of medication, feminine hygiene products, childhood nutrition, and immunization. There's a lack of specialized health services. This includes pre and postnatal care, which has led to a rise in miscarriages, as well as higher rates of maternal mortality among internally displaced people. And lastly, which Stav talked about, the high prevalence of psychological trauma is an issue, and there's also a devaluation of mental health care. So that's an issue that's very much unaddressed and a major issue among internally displaced people because they're more likely to have suffered traumas. Next issue is education. There are several barriers to education, particularly for women and girls. One that affects everybody is the loss of documentation of previously attained education. So if education is interrupted, they're forced to move to another place. They might not have the papers to prove that they've attained a certain grade, and then are forced to either start over or wait until the next academic year. They face challenges in continuing their education. There's pressure for children to work because of difficult financial situations for internally displaced people that keeps kids out of school, increased rates of child marriage, as well as pressure for girls to take on domestic responsibilities. We'll talk about that a little bit more detail later. Poor facilities, especially the lack of gender segregated bathrooms that causes many parents to keep their girls from going to school, and the lack of teachers and teaching materials. Right. And the last area we have is livelihoods. So internally displaced people suffer a loss of assets when they are displaced, as well as the loss of economic and social capital. They have a harder time accessing transportation, and even when they can access it, the cost is often a barrier. Internally displaced people face stigma and discrimination from their host communities, which makes it more difficult for them to get jobs. And when they do manage to find employment, they're paid less than their counterparts who are not displaced. They face difficulty registering for aid if they don't have male family members available. So many women are the heads of their household either because their husbands had to stay behind to fight or because they were killed in the conflict. And both Iraq and Yemen are very patriarchal societies, and it makes it difficult to access state services without a male family member present. Yasmin will talk a little bit more about that later. And then also after displacement, it's harder to resettle after displacement because for women who are heads of households, because it's harder for them to access housing. Landlords are reluctant to rent out to single women or to sell them houses if they don't have a male family member present. One last thing that I've left out very conspicuously is gender-based violence, which has impacts on all four of the areas that we just mentioned. To talk about that, I will pass the word to Arin. Arin, you let me know when you need me to change the slide.
Okay, regarding gender-based violence in both countries, in Iraq and Yemen, that is exacerbated by war, and to survive and to support their families, that led to prostitution, transactional sex, and that puts the women in both countries in high risk and led to psychological and sexual assaults and honor killing and sexual transmitted diseases and suicide. For Iraq, women hosted in camps for IDPs or in hosting sites are supposed to feel protected as they are escaping a conflict, looking for protection. However, IDPs women have feeling of insecurity that is impacting their life as they may avoid going to such places like markets, schools, service delivery points, or places of employment. And this sort of self-protection makes them even more vulnerable and puts them in an economically precarious position. Okay, regarding Yemen, in Yemen, there are many factors that make IDPs women and girls more exposed to violence and harassment, like inadequate shelters or lack of electricity. And unfortunately, many women are displaced without their husbands, and so they are themselves obliged to give their daughters up for marriage. And in this context is a sort of coping mechanism, since the male presence is seen as protection against the threat of rape or assaults, and that alleviate financial pressure. And here in this slide, we have some numbers. There's 32% of Yemeni women are married before 18, and among IDPs, child marriage are 43% higher. And moreover, husband is often 10 or 20 years older than the child bride, and the rate of domestic violence is normally high, but for IDPs is even higher. Nevertheless, in both countries, cases of sexual and gender-based violence remain mostly unreported because of two main reasons: the stigmatization and the fear of reprisal, and the lack of effective judicial mechanism and impunity for perpetrators. I will leave the floor for Yasmin.
Okay, thank you, Arin, for your contribution. Hello, everyone. Now I'm gonna go into the details about children in Yemen and Iraq. I will start with Yemen. As in Yemen, IDPs are living that are living inside and around the displaced camps have limited access to bathroom, showers, and clean water. And this had a huge impact on children in the last months of 2021. In fact, we can see that there has been an increasement of 44% of patients compared to the months before. And above these 44% of patients, 66% are children, and 11 are caused by malnutrition, which are linked to lack of hygiene, but also to contaminated food. The impact of displacement on children doesn't affect just their health, but also education. In fact, in Yemen, we have more than 2 million Yemeni children that are out of school, and there are other 530,000 children that they are actually trying to access school. And but actually they face some barriers. For instance, some schools have been damaged by the conflict, and others have been converted into IDPs camp. Others are just for boys, and others are too far from the children's location. And also, they don't have enough classroom, and this is something we will see also later on when we will speak about Iraq, as they are living actually a similar situation. As in Yemen, also in Iraq, children have a similar issues, as decontaminated water has led to many diseases such as diarrhea, vomiting, rashes, and scabies. As we said before, also Iraqi children, they are not doing better in accessing education. And later we will see that COVID-19 have made it even worse. The right to education is affected by the conflict. There is a lack of teachers. And so the classes are made up of a large number of students. In fact, we can see that that there are like 80 to 1 student in host communities and 500 to 1 student in camps. And the most affected here are the children that actually are living inside the camps. Moreover, with the COVID outbreak, education in Iraq became almost inaccessible due to the restriction that the Iraqi government have imposed. For instance, like remote education was precluded for many students, as actually they don't have like support to be able to attend school by home. So also COVID-19 has increased the economy precarity, and as already Kai mentioned, the families prefer to send boys, their child boys to go and work, and like for girls, they were giving half them for marriage. But there are actually other layers of vulnerability brought by the COVID-19, as those that were like following treatment for chronic health, they were not able anymore to get access to their medicines. But also, like, for example, when it comes to Iraq, it was not easy to find medication for COVID-19 symptoms, and also to get access to the tests. In addition, there was also the inability to follow the basic public health measures such as social distancing and self-isolation. Okay, regarding the legal framework, we are going just to mention that at the international level, we have the international humanitarian law and the international human rights law, the UN guiding principle on internal displacement adopted in 1998, and the interagency standing committee framework for durable solution adopted in 2010. And regarding the national policies that have been adopted by Iraq and Yemen, we just mentioned the Iraqi national policy on displacement adopted in 2008. And we are not going to discuss this further, as this national policy has actually been shaped by the guiding principle. But we are going to explain further the Yemeni national policy for addressing international displacement, which has been adopted in 2013. Okay. So the national policy for addressing internal displacement in the Republic of Yemen seeks to protect and assist people who are displaced by conflict, violence, and natural disasters. All these events can destroy communities and leave families and individuals struggling to survive. So this policy actually promotes 3 strategic goals that we are going to analyze into the deep. The first is to prevent arbitrary displacement through monitoring the situation that could lead to displacement of persons, while at the same time being ready to cope with displacement if and when it will happen. The second goal is to support not only the IDPs community, but also the community that actually hosts them and other affected by displacement. So the main issue that the government the main rights that the government shall grant is the in-time IDP registration, which is the one that allows them to actually have access to humanitarian aid, the physical safety and security inside and out of the camps, freedom of movement, as they are not supposed to be forced to get back to the area, and a right to education, livelihood, family unity, and in this the government should support them, helping them to make the documents and also giving them social assistance. I left behind the adequate living condition, as we already Arin mentioned. Adequate living condition can help women and their children to feel safer. The protection of property rights of IDPs and the home they left behind, the protection of children from military recruitment, and the political participation. Last but not least, we have a third goal, which the government shall create the condition for durable solution, such as employment, local integration, and returning home. Of course, the solution that IDPs have, they have to access to them on a voluntary basis. And now I'm gonna leave the floor to Omer.
Thank you. We're going to talk about the humanitarian response in Iraq, in Yemen. And as you know, the humanitarian community has prioritized life-saving and life-sustaining interventions for IDPs and returnees who have the most acute humanitarian needs, reaching extreme and catastrophic levels, have multiple needs, and face specific barriers to meeting these needs. Live in critical shelter, lack civil documentation, engage in emergency level negative coping mechanisms, face acute protection risks, and are unable to meet their needs, their basic needs, or access essential emergency services, causing life-threatening conditions. Iraq has adopted a national policy to address the phenomenon of international displacement in 2008. And during the 2014-2017 crisis, Iraqi government, with the support from the United Nations, made a lot of effort to provide assistance to the IDPs in different parts of the country. In 2021, Iraq humanitarian response plan targeted 1 million people, with 1 million people projected to be reached with assistance by year's end. Initial analysis shows that the 2022 Iraq humanitarian response plan will likely target around 990,000 Iraqis with humanitarian assistance, which would include all in-camp IDPs, 230,000 acutely vulnerable out of camp IDPs, and 580,000 acutely vulnerable detainees who face a multitude of humanitarian needs. In 2020, in 2022, addressing the continuing humanitarian consequences of the 2014-2017 crisis and the related displacement is the central priority of for the humanitarian action plan in Iraq. This will be achieved through three strategic objectives as follows. First, the most acutely vulnerable displaced and returnee families will be supported to live in safe and dignity, particularly those households living in unsafe and undignified living conditions, particularly in critical emergency shelter, who lack civil documentation, are exposed to rights violations and to the presence of explosive ordnance, and are at risk of physical and mental health related to the impact of the ICL crisis. Secondly, the humanitarian partners will support access to essential services to the most vulnerable IDPs and returnees who face specific barriers to accessing life-saving and life-sustaining healthcare, education, water, sanitation services, or where these have not yet been rehabilitated. Thirdly, the most acutely displaced and returnees households will be provided with food, livelihood support, and temporary income sources that will enable them to meet their basic needs for survival and reduce their reliance on harmful negative coping mechanisms. That is the case with Iraq. In Yemen, the humanitarian response has become one of the most or the largest and costliest responses in the world in the past decade. And in its attempt to respond to, thank you, Yasmin. And in its attempt to respond to the world's humanitarian crisis, the United Nations launched a humanitarian response plan in 2020, targeting 15.6 million people for vital assistance prior to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. In 2020, the United Nations warned that over 4 million people have been displaced due to the ongoing fighting in the country, and that million of civilians are at risk. The humanitarian situation was aggravated in 2020 by escalating conflict, the COVID-19 pandemic, disease outbreaks, torrential rains, and flooding, a desert locust plague, economic collapse, a fuel crisis across northern governorates, and reduced reduced humanitarian aid. And it's important to mention that Yemen has adopted a national policy to address the phenomenon of international displacement in 2013. And in 2021, the protection cluster of the humanitarian response plan aimed to contribute to a more protective environment and mitigate vulnerabilities for the most at-risk populations in Yemen, especially the internally displaced women and children. And one of the two objectives of the response was to provide protection services to women, girls, and boys to mitigate and address protection risks incurred by conflict, disasters, food insecurity, and epidemics, ensuring attention to specific needs and prioritizing the most vulnerable, including displaced persons. Through this humanitarian response plan, UNICEF has been working in the IDP camps to save displaced children's lives, help them cope with the impacts of conflict, and help them to recover and resume their childhood. UNICEF also has also providing displaced children with victim assistance, education on mines and explosive remnants of the war, rehabilitating damaged schools, and establishing safe learning spaces in the displacement camps. Okay, not yet. As for returnees, there have been efforts to reunite families affected by displacement in Iraq. To give a quick example, I made this protracted armed violence in 2014. 3 separated and displaced children who are siblings aged between 7 and 15 from Nineveh province were relocated together with their family in northeast of Mosul, where they have been living until now. However, their parents moved to Germany looking for a better life and the ability to provide a better future for their children. At the same time, the children who initially were not able to go with their parents remained in Iraq and have since December been living with their old brother. And also in Iraq, the situation affecting millions of people currently were formerly displaced by the 2014-2017 ISIS crisis remains broadly stagnant as compared to 2021. Some 1.2 million people remain internally displaced, including 1 million outside formal camps. Returns continue to be slow, with the number of displaced Iraqis only decreasing by 35 so far this year. Many IDPs and returnees face significant barriers that prevent them from finding the durable solutions. These barriers, including missing civil documents, contaminating from an exploded ordinance, and insufficient housing, basic services, and livelihood opportunities in their area of displacement or at home. Vulnerable internally displaced persons and their returnees alike are also at increased risk for other serious protection risks. Throughout 2021, the Iraqi government, international NGOs, and donor representatives, UN development agencies, and international humanitarian system have accelerated effort to expand engagement and support to end the displacement. Now I get to the challenges. Yasmin, can you help, please? Thank you. Now we add a few challenges here. Women and children are de facto detained under this practice. Whoever escapes the camp is sent back or detained in jail by the police. 2, documentation is necessary when it comes to accessing humanitarian support. In Iraq, this has not yet up to expectations in the past few years since the adoption of the national policy for addressing international displacement, and missed the opportunity to improve conditions for its sizable displaced population by applying the policy in practice. This shortcoming is having repercussions on the life of IDPs in general. 3, beside insecurity and armed conflict, frequent disasters such as flood, droughts, and other extreme weather events in Iraq has contributed to the chronic nature of displacement by reducing resiliency, causing both primary and secondary displacement, and hindering returns. 4, or for the challenge 4, I can also add that it's related to challenge 3. Floods, droughts, and other extreme weather events in Iraq has contributed to the chronic displacement. And I'm sorry, I'm repeating the key. So let me go to 31. Yes, the destruction of their houses, lands, and properties, the security risk in their areas, the dangers of explosive and mines planted in the hand after armed conflicts, the weak provisions of basic services and infrastructures, the lack of jobs opportunities for the displaced in their areas. Presence of armed actors due to ISIS presence. Most of the schools and hospitals need to be rebuilt, as most of them have been destroyed. In fact, presence and not documented. 6, administrative matters in Iraq continues the most critical challenge that stand in the way of humanitarian aid access. For example, local authorities or certain states control the licensing procedures of non-governmental organizations. 7, the nature of international armed conflicts, assuming that the states in which IDPs remain often lack the ability or political will to provide basic public services to its citizens in or near active conflict zones. And international organizations face political or logistical difficulties accessing displaced persons to provide the monitoring, accountability, and humanitarian assistance, which would fall under their mandates in the case of refugees or international armed conflicts. In Yemen, we have a few key challenges here. I can mention them briefly. As first, the port security, lack of basic infrastructure, the increasing numbers of international displaced persons, and the accommodation of livestock are among the challenges facing the good governments. Okay, we still have time. 2 minutes. Okay, so I will mention the main points. The outbreak of COVID-19, which has amplified the numerous difficulties displaced children already face trying to educate themselves and access all the services and humanitarian aid they need after becoming displaced. One important point is that the Saudi coalition's broad restrictions on aid and essential goods, Yemen's civilian population are worsening the country's humanitarian catastrophe. At the end, we made some recommendations. So in our conclusion, I can say that international displacement affect many populations worldwide at the international level. Thank you, Yasmin. At the international level, there are no treaties, conventions, or declarations that have as main subjects of rolling ADPs. However, in the late 90s, the United Nations adopted guiding principles which are legally binding. So our first recommendation is that the government of Iraq and Yemen should welcome IDPs as persons with vulnerability looking for help and should not deprive them from their freedom and rights. Instead, it should incorporate its national policy into the national law and implement and ensure it's upheld. 2, both governments of Yemen and Iraq should improve their legal framework and allocate more resources to their humanitarian response. And the likely event that Yemen and Iraq are unable to invest enough national resources to fully the ongoing humanitarian crisis in their countries. They should strengthen cooperation with international and national organizations to fill the gaps left by the state weakened by conflict and instability. 3, in Iraq, where many IDPs have returned to their homes, as in Yemen, where hopefully lasting ceasefire would open the door for returnees, the assistance of peacekeepers could be a good strategy to ensure lasting returns that would allow those from IDPs to those former IDPs to build equity and resilience in a stable environment, thus decreasing the likelihood of repeated displacement. First and lastly, accountability at national and international level can also lead to proper implementation of national policies and pressure from international actors and might push both Yemen and Iraq closer to adherence to the guiding principles on international displacement. Thank you.
The MENA team, and can we have the commentary from the group that reviewed their paper? Yes. Please, let's try to make it brief because we didn't have tea and people are starving.
Okay, yes, so Manuela giving me the death threat. Okay, thank you so much. So we were wondering, jumping in immediately, we were wondering if the internally displaced people in both Yemen and Iraq had access to vaccines. We saw that they didn't actually have access to test and test kits, but what about vaccines? And I'm ask them only one more question, not to be killed. We see an overwhelming amount of people being in need. And we see, how do you find, is the UN targeting the correct and the UNHCR, or is there room for improvement? Where should they put the focus on and the emphasis? Thank you so much.
Can I have a quick response from the team? Who's coming to respond?
Sorry, I thought you were going to ask another question. All right, thank you for your question. So as far as the access to vaccines, the situation in Iraq is significantly better than in Yemen. Both of the countries are part of the COVAX scheme. And Iraq they've both allocated vaccines to their internally displaced populations. But Iraq has done a much better job in actually delivering them. The shortcomings are still there. The percentage of people vaccinated is still quite low, but they have taken important steps, particularly the Kurdistan regional government, in eliminating sign-up requirements for the vaccines. So they're freely available to anyone who wants them in theory. There are some logistical barriers to that, but they've done okay. In Yemen, they're part of the COVAX scheme, but only the southern Yemen has actually received them. So the Houthi government have taken a very anti-vaccine stance. They've actually actively spread disinformation about vaccines, and they have blocked any deliveries of them to the highlands, which is where approximately 80% of the Yemeni population lives. So the only vaccines that have arrived in Yemen have arrived in the southern part of the country, including to some degree to IDPs, but there are also logistical difficulties and barriers to that. The second question you asked if the UNHCR is targeting the correct areas. The UNHCR doesn't actually have a mandate for internally displaced persons. They can intervene in the event that there are requests from the appropriate UN bodies and they are invited by the host government. Iraq has again done a better job at that than Yemen. In Yemen, basically the area under Houthi control, there is some UN presence, but very limited. It's been actually quite difficult to get data on that as well. And the main actor sort of providing assistance there has been the ICRC, although they also face significant challenges. As far as aid, there have been efforts. Omar talked at length about the shortcomings, but there have been some effort. The issue recently, though, with conflict in other areas and with COVID, there's been a bit of donor fatigue. And so a lot of times there are targets for like financial targets for aid that are going unmet, and the crises there are being largely ignored, as we talked about at the beginning. I hope that answers your questions. Anybody else?
Yes, from the audience, yeah, I can see the special rapporteur. Yes, Cecilia.
Yes, I am the obstacle to my lunch. I will not be very long, but thank you very much. You did a good job, particularly because the comparative analysis that you've done are of two completely different internal displacement situations. Yemen is in the midst of conflict. Iraq is post-conflict. And I think that there is a need to also emphasize that in the presentation of your analysis and results, particularly because in Iraq, it's really more durable solutions and development framework that is now being used. But yes, there are also protection challenges for the remaining. I went to Iraq in 2020, and I would love to sit down with your team, as I have with one team already, with regard to the current situation of Iraq. And I would actually suggest that instead of saying premature camp closures, we say forced camp closures. There's a big nuance, there's a big difference between the two, because there's a lot of implications on human rights for that. So anyway, I am putting I'm putting myself at your volunteer, at your disponibility to talk to you about my visit to Iraq and the subsequent conversations I've had with the Iraqi government, their reluctance in certain things, and why they have advanced and why they have not. So Karim, I would suggest that we schedule something. I'm here until tomorrow anyway. I would like to leave this intervention with telling you a story about a girl I met in West Mosul when I went to Iraq. And this was in 2020. And when I asked her what are her dreams, she told me she has no dreams. And that really went to my heart. And that really means that when it comes to the future of the Iraqi children, there is still so much to be done, because the aspects of not just mere technical and political durable solutions are very much lacking in terms of the political will of the government, but also with regard to the hope of the children. I almost cried when I heard it, because I was spending 1 hour with the children who were all children of ISIS parents. So I leave you with that. And also Yazidis. Iraq is very prominent on this. So we can talk more about this in detail. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry, just because we're so late, let's just continue the conversation in the cafeteria. We can continue discussing your paper, but also wrapping up. But we should really move to the, there's nobody. No, the program has been displaced, internally displaced. There will be a bra eventually, but now we will get some food at the cafeteria. So we are not going to start, and then we will move to the wrap. So disregard the program, but we're going to do the wrap up as we eat. So please, let's move to the cafeteria.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So now we'll as part of like the wrap up session. Yes.
I want to say a few things
Yeah,
because I've already
yeah.
been.
Exactly.
Somebody, I hope, Iraqi. Is this for somebody on your team? See who that belongs to. Not any of your team members? Somebody. Check this out.
Okay, sure.
We don't know. Ashwani will let us know.
Because she told us that the flight was 2:30, and I spoke with her, but some people say 3:30.
Yeah, that's
No,
why.
I mean the Bray has been also got displaced a bit. So,
but do we know when it is? Or?
I don't think we know where it is. So Ashwani will.
When Ashwani comes, we can give an answer.
Okay.
Let's do the wrap up and then we can talk about the rest of the program. So I also want to post to my live stream. I think so. I don't know. Maybe he's.
Okay, so while you're enjoying our pre-lunch, because we'll also have a later lunch, that's what is the BRI on your program. One of the first words that you learn when you come to South Africa is BRI. It's a very common thing here for the barbecue. But in this last session for the week, but of course you'll also have an excursion tomorrow, and we'll have a closing dinner tomorrow. We'll just hear from our research coordinator, Teddy, and from Special Rapporteur, Cecilia, some reflections about what has gone down now during the week.
Thank you, Magnus, for giving me the opportunity to finally get to speak independent of all the other people, because I was still merely coordinating the whole time. It has been my great pleasure, first of all, to listen to all the papers. I'd read them prior to, but being here, I feel like I've learned a lot, not just in terms of the subject, but also the different countries that were covered in the research. So it's deepened my knowledge. One of the things that really, stuck with me was we've been trying, I guess, to make this distinction between conflict-induced displacement and climate-induced. But from all of the presentations I've had, it's really, all of these go hand in hand, and we cannot maybe continue to talk about climate-induced because we've seen in so many places where, struggle over natural resources, are quite obvious because of the impact of climate change, and that has led to conflict and has eventually led to displacement. It's happening in South Sudan, and all of this eventually makes, delivering of humanitarian aid much more difficult. And for me, because of all of this, what stuck with me, of course, I'm not a lawyer. I just need to make this caveat. And I was in the middle of everybody who is a lawyer. So for me, the takeaway is we cannot do business as usual. We need to also up our game in terms of how we think about what we're learning and what we study, to make them much more complex than, very simplified and saying this is climate-induced displacement, this is, conflict-induced displacement. We need to dig much deeper than just saying, the two are the same. And secondly, for me also, it's the idea that even though law is important, and I told Mr. Professor Chikete is looking at me yesterday that when he said we should hold the state accountable, it made me more angry because I'm like, how do we do this? Because in a number of places, the states are complicit. Yes, we must hold them to account, but they're also the very one who should take responsibility for what is happening. So the point is, how can we make the law relevant to the reality on the ground? We cannot make the law in an abstract, manner. It needs to correspond with the reality of people who are displaced. And that means we need to have a clear understanding of who is affected, how are they affected, Of course, keeping in mind that the displaced community are not homogeneous. They're very different. You know, we have women, children, we have, differences by color, different race, or so many other identities that matters in the way we think about displacement. And so that means we really need to be thinking deeply, and that the law responds to each of their specific needs, because that means, and for me, I was thinking, how can we make sure that the legal mechanisms respond at different levels, not necessarily at the national level, because a lot of the focus is looking at either the international level or the national level or the regional level. But what happens at the grassroots, where the displacements are happening, where the impacts are happening? I think we need to also have an emphasis at that level. What can people start to do even when the law is still, being formulated? Because the actions that needs to happen at the lower level in terms of climate issues, we cannot wait until the law is formulated for us to start taking action. So for me, it's like, what are the things that communities can also start to do on their own beyond what the law will provide? So really, for me, those are some of my thoughts. And of course, keeping in mind the social cultural factors as well that will make it harder for people to take action, or the pre-existing inequality that are existing in some of these communities, and what support will they need to be able to do that. I don't want to take a lot of your time. I know people are tired, and I also want to go back and eat, but it was, my deepest pleasure to meet all of you, and I wish you all the best. Of course, we are still here tomorrow, but going forward, I hope that we can see a much more improvement in the papers with all the feedback. I encourage the students to take it very positively. Sometimes, they might look like they were very confrontational, but I mean, let's take it in a positive way and use them to improve the quality of the paper going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll have some remarks from our eminent guest, Cecilia.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Sorry to bother you, but thank you very much for giving me the floor. I wanted to say 3 things. One is thank you for all the warm hospitality, for all the openness, particularly of the researchers, the students, the coordinators, and thank you as well for the exchanges that we've had. I myself have learned a lot. And I think Manfred and to the Academic Council, all the coordinators, I think this is a very important quality of the nature of your program, that there is really learning and learning, and hopefully there will also be impact. So thank you for that. Second point is with regard to the research. Very impressed by the quality of a lot of research. Majority of the research really went to the point in terms of getting the objectives. Of course, there's still work to do, and particularly with regard to 3 aspects, if I may say. One is ensuring that your granular evidence supports your conclusions. I think that is very important, and coming from also from Terry's remarks, not just the law, but also the implementation. The second point with regard to recommendation in furthering, improving already your research is expanding your sources to outside classical sources. Look into practitioner sources. For example, just the last group, I hope you have used the report I made on Iraq in 2020 and the subsequent set of press releases that I have made on the forced camp closures and on the Yazidi reparations for sexual violence of IDPs. The third is very important, and you have all been using a human rights-based approach. This is what this program is all about. That's why when Manfred contacted me, I was so excited because I said, oh, incredible. It's finally a human rights-based perspective that will be used for the research. I would further recommend on this to strengthen that perspective, that for in your research, use human human rights treaty law that applies to specific countries. And I am saying this because it's not just the IDP specific or humanitarian specific laws that apply to IDPs. Remember, IDPs are people in the jurisdiction of each and every country, and every state has ratified those treaties they are obliged to implement. So I would suggest to use that. So that's my second big point about the research. And third, but not the least, I wish you all good luck in your research, in your future as academics, practitioners. Please do not hesitate to contact my office. Just make sure you introduce yourself that we met here, because I also receive a lot of teachers' email that we would rather ignore. So if you introduce yourself that we met in South Africa, my staff will actually proceed to transfer those mails to me. And I would love to continue engaging with you. And hopefully I will see you in the field of IDP protection. So good luck, everybody. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you. And call on Manfred also to make some remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I cannot replace Franz Villon, who is actually on the program, but can't be with us now. I just want to say, for me, it was a great experience. For me, the global classroom really represents what the global campus actually stands for. It's having these 7 different regions represented by students, researchers here, and discussing jointly one topic, internal displacement, from the different regional perspectives, and to see also that there are totally different problems in the Arab region, for instance, now, compared to Europe or compared to Latin America or any other region. So to work that out from a regional perspective was extremely great. I'm so happy that it was again the first global classroom in person after 2.5 years where we actually only communicated online in between the different regions. And then it is again back in this beautiful Future Africa campus has a special significance. So, and in that sense, I would like to really very, very warmly thank everybody. That means, first of all, the students and their coordinators who did a marvelous research. It's very, very different methodologies that we have seen. Teddy, of course, as the overall coordinator of the global classroom, our hosts here in Pretoria, and I mean, all of you, but of course, Magnus, Ashwani, Teddy, Franz, also in the background. It was beautiful to have this visit to the Human Rights Center, and again, to see what you're all doing, and incredible work here in the best law school of Africa. But I also feel it was an extremely well-functioning cooperation between the Global Campus headquarters, here primarily represented by Manuela, who always reminded us to be short. I'm waiting away that she says we have to leave. But to be really in time, I think, but also for taking this overall responsibility together with our hosts here is, for me, the best practice of how this kind of global campus events should actually be organized. So I'm very, very grateful to Manuela, to Imke, to all the others from the Global Campus headquarters who came here and make this a really beautiful experience with our hosts in Pretoria. And last but not least, I really would like to say, just looking where Cecilia is sitting, a big words of thanks to Cecilia. It is not evident that if we invite a special rapporteur on any kind of topic, in this case, internally displaced persons, to give a keynote speech at the opening, usually what this kind of high-level people would do is say, I provide this keynote speech. If there are a few questions, they are welcome. But now I have to run, actually, because I have another meeting in wherever in the world. You stayed with us the whole week, and not only stayed with us, you listened to all the students, and you gave your comments, you offered your advice, as you just did now, to the Arab team. I think this is extraordinary. And I really want to warmly thank you for having done that. And now I'm not anymore staying in between this little lunch and the wine that will start, I think, very soon at 2:30. I think we should all leave here and be warmly dressed, if I have understood it well. So whoever has blankets, please take them with you. And we see you all in a while, so let's say goodbye now.
Much. So I guess we'll wrap up now, but I just say that we have our next big event that we have here at Future Africa is the Association of Human Rights Institutes conference on technology and human rights, 2nd to 3rd September. So if anyone is interested in that, that will also be a hybrid conference that anyone can attend. And thank you very much for coming here. And now there is announcements about the brush.
Okay, announcements. We will leave at 2:45 for the ride. Please be downstairs by 2:45 because we'll be walking there. Janet, where's Janet? Yeah, she'll be walking us all there. Please be warm again. I cannot emphasize enough because we'll be outside. And then for tomorrow, the bus will leave here at 9 o'clock sharp. For those of you who are not leaving the evening, unfortunately, you will not be able to accompany the others because we have to buy tickets online because of COVID, because we have to control the numbers of those going to the museum. So with that being said, I think we'll see you at 2:45 at the break.
Hi, Manuela.
Well,